Woo! We got Kells, we got Namer. Who else in the building? Let me go give me a glass of water for this shit. Yep. Midday Madness. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Doing some Midday Madness. Yes, Lord. You know, sometimes I should tag people like Mace, and she said I was bitter. But even on my worst day, I probably go on more dates than she does. So we'll just. I'll try my best to ignore the lonely chick brigade. See, we gotta realize some shit, right? That a lot of people think we're bitter because we tell the truth. If you tell the truth long enough, it's gonna make you not popular. It's not gonna make you liked, which I'm okay about. If I needed people's confirmation, I wouldn't do a lot of shit in my life, would I? Here's the ridiculous truth about life. When you have to understand, truth is supposed to conquer all. If I talk about black men, which no detractor says or remembers this video, black men have to go to a place where you're respected while also learning how to be respectful. But what do I always say? A lot of black men have not checked the first woman in their life as their mother. It doesn't mean disrespect your mom, but it does mean, hey, what you said was incorrect. But you know one thing you'll never hear? You'll never hear, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Because a black man is supposed to what? Take it on the shoulder. I remember going out with a young lady Sunday, just out of boredom, shits and giggles, because, she said, well, I never tried because I thought you hated women or black women. And I said, how many times did you sleep with me? Well, no. Answer the question. How many? Several. So if I hated women, I wouldn't mess with you. So let's get some things out of respectful order. Don't worry, cough almost gone, people. Just residual effects. And when I told her certain things, people want to get into this whole diatribe about when men and women really drink and where they fix. Sometimes you have to remember is that class level of intellect is going to make you too varied for most people. She even said, I get it, but the way you break down is like you're not trying to be wrong. No, the way I'm breaking it down is for you to understand and comprehend. You're not comprehending what I'm saying. The first thing about you is that most people, especially in the black community, most black women, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll do this little move called any nigga will do, especially when it comes to having children. Any nigga will do. How can I prove my any nigga will do? Well, any nigga will do because you'll have that baby by who? Any nigga. We don't plan pregnancy like that in the black community, at least not together. Black women are more likely than any race of women to do what? Date felons. Well, let me take that back a little bit. You're more comfortable about it. You damn sure are. It's like y'all. It's like somebody from the Sanhedrin prayed to Yahweh and said, "It shall be illegal and without consecration to date a man without a record for black women." I think a man without a record actually offends a lot of the women in our community. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Only what? 1 to 2% of our people are actually in jail. How come they have a lot of babies? You got 55% of black men without children. Why aren't those men found? But you also have to look into the subject matter of telling the truth. It's a class thing. Your description of class is actually appalling. Why? I can tell a lot of times where you're from. All I got to do is two things: watch how you confront situations, good, bad, and ugly, and look on who you date. If you're comfortable dating a jailbird or a multiple time felon, that's not going to scream Valley Girl to me. Excuse me. Just like you have people who, for God's sakes, when it comes to black men, want to chase around Big Butt Keisha. Why are you chasing around Big Butt Keisha when Big Butt Keisha does not like you? You got this awkward ass lane, and we do still have awkward lanes. You know, it's a difference if you're awkward and you work on it versus being socially awkward and you just dwell within your obsolescence. Yet, you find yourself at a time where you're around a bunch of people who are not your type. A lot of people just don't want to admit some people are not your type. Some people are not going to mesh well with you. I want you to really focus on that one. And this is one of the issues we face within the community. Not because we're less than, not because we're inadequate. It's because we want the services and love of people who do not value us in the first place. That is abuse. That is straight up abuse. But back to when the little outing. And she said, and her friend said, because she called her friend on the phone, well, you can't check up on a person's past. I said, well, you go to a job interview, what are they going to check? Your resume and your past performance, which is an indicator, a damn good indicator of your future performance. If you have not put the work in to be an Olympic gold medalist, you are not getting on that pedestal. It is an impossibility at that high level to get anywhere near that pedestal. And for some odd reason, this happens a lot in the black community with black women. You still think you hold the same value as you did as a single young woman. But if you're 35, 40, single, unmarried with kids, you do not. A 30-year-old running back usually does not hold the same value as a 21-year-old running back. Gee, I wonder why. You want to convince the buyer to buy full price for a donkey with three legs. It is a bad fucking deal, usually. And don't give me these one offs when people date or marry single moms when they didn't have kids. That's a one off. That's not everybody. That's not the usual. Even the guys who date and marry single moms, especially marry them, will tell you, I'm lucky, I'm blessed. But what other people want you to think about is that, it's an honor. No, it's not. It's the same way if I told a female, why are you dating that dude on the goddamn corner selling some shitty ass rock? But logic be damned, correct? Logic be goddamned. Condemned straight to hell. You will. This is the truth that makes me not liked. Okay? This is the shit that I constantly talk about with people, and people want to give me shit about it. For what? There's some motherfuckers in this world that are just bad fucking product. If you date a person who doesn't give a fuck about you, at some point in the equation, when you need them the most, they're going to let you the fuck down. There are some universal truths that will never be broken. There's nowhere in this universe 2 plus 2 will never be 4. There are 4 fundamental powers in the universe. And you cannot turn a hoe into a housewife. Get over it. Get the fuck over it. If you literally think for one fucking second, that teaching your kids, especially your sons, the ways of the world is wrong, then what you need to do is get the fuck away from me. And I think that's one of the criminal acts that we commit. We don't like telling the fucking truth. We're not supposed to tell the truth in the community. We're supposed to tell everybody that everybody's equal, which they're not. I've said this many a times before. The most beautiful thing you can see is an in shape, fun, loving life, cordial, caring black woman. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about you chubby chasers. That's not common. Sorry, it's not. We just have to be taught to like bigger women. You can have your preference, but I always will challenge any man with this. Every man will date to his ego and his wallet. Why? Because a lot of black men have low self esteem. A lot of black men secretly don't think they deserve the best out of life. A lot of black men are self sabotagers of their own progress. A lot of black men are the garbage men of the dating world. If you have a standard for your gut, because let me tell you one critical thing about black men. A lot of black men don't have a standard, because if you put that chick on a standard, guess what? You gotta be better than her. You want a chick that's fine? Then you need to groom yourself and get yourself in shape. Oh, 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 oh. The reason why Charles can talk his shit is because he's not afraid to go to a gym or work out in his house. I've dated and been in relationships with women who worked out consistently. It's not an ass, it's part of their life. An older woman once told me, somebody be the scribe of the day. A woman's appearance is her way of telling the world of what she thinks her man deserves and what she truly thinks about him. This is the reason why women project, because they're going to put their insecurities on your ass and say it's not them. I had to ask people, just like I asked the young lady who I was with Sunday. She said that she's an 8. I almost chuckled. Not saying she's not attractive, but an 8, no. An 8 is super high. There's nothing wrong with being a 5, 6, 7. But an 8, no. An 8 is the start of traffic stopping beautiful. Maybe when she was younger, sure. When I knew her when she was younger as well, maybe 7. Upgradable 6. 8 too high. And people always, and this is another thing that's one of the most feminine things that black men and black women do, especially black men. Well, if she's happy, if she thinks she's this, stop that bullshit. Stop that fucking bullshit. You're going to make more people single and unhappy lying to them. That's unreasonable subterfuge. That's unreasonable lying. You're being disingenuous, and you're going to get that person's feelings hurt or crushed. Show me one fucking big chick that's a fucking 10. You can't. Show me a broke nigga that's a master of the universe. You can't. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with those truths? But only in the black community, you say something that hurts people's feelings. Even Lizzo had to cut weight if that shit was so true. Kelly Rowland's 44 years old. Megan Good's 44 years old. You go on their social medias, their asses are always in a gym, eating healthy. And trust me, one of the biggest lies we tell ourselves, black folks, we can't eat healthy. No, what we need to really say is that we have a fundamental addiction to food. We use it too goddamn much to cope. I don't give a shit if people don't like me. Call me up and have an argument about what the fuck I'm saying right now. But this is the one thing I'm gonna ask you. Where's the fucking lie? What's up, Loss? He said 30 minutes a day is at least you should do working out. It's not that hard. No. I congratulate the obese man or woman who gets off the couch and walk for 30 minutes to an hour, or hell, 10, 15 minutes, or to the distance they can. They're doing more than the couch potato. As Red Fox once famously said, the best way to get on your feet is to get off your ass. You cannot say, I want to be the greatest in the world and still do the same dumbass shit, expecting a different result. We call that insanity for a reason. Well, there's some big, no, there's not. Here's the thing, right? And I said this to a lot of people. If I had a daughter, I would really, especially as a teenager, I would really be careful about her weight. For multiple reasons why. Women are more sensitive than men, naturally. We need to really realize something in this world. Beauty is currency for women. I didn't make the fucking rules, so don't get mad with me. If your daughter has an eating disorder, whether bulimia or anorexia or certain others, that alone is gonna crush her confidence. Why don't we teach and bring shame back to the way it was? Shame will keep a lot of people off that street corner selling drugs. Shame will keep you from being a single mother. Shame will keep you on the right path. But we got away from wanting our children to be better than us. Oops. We will use food to comfort a child and then wonder why they got diabetes at 12. I want you to look at this. A lot of things, when it comes to your lessons in life, the formulation of your character starts at home. Habits that we break up, good, bad, and ugly, destroys us. Oh, we can't do intermittent fasting because, we're scared that we miss one meal and let our actual digestive system do its job and actually digest the food properly. Yes, you should feel hunger pains. Yes, your body should get used to burn. You can actually go 24 hours, sometimes a little bit more, and actually burn up all that goddamn food properly instead of dumping more and more calories. A lot of them are empty. We're all guilty of it. A lot of them are empty calories. We are all guilty of it. instead of digesting all that shit and then wondering why your intestines is getting swollen or clogged. We don't even want to talk about fruit. Some of you goddamn 20-year-olds, goddamn, your colon looks like a goddamn 70-year-old's. You eating so many goddamn burgers. Nobody wants to talk about that. You wonder why the obesity for our women alone, the most obese demographic, is abysmal because we're addicted to food. Hell, y'all remember how parents, especially mom, will load up your damn plate at 5 years old like you're a goddamn adult. And then she's like, you wasted all the food. No, the child's stomach is not that large. And then try to guilt you or shame you. They're starving people in Africa. They're starving people in America. Shit. Instead of giving them smaller portions, you don't waste your food and you don't overfeed your child. You eat to live, not live to eat. Some people say, well, it's a thyroid problem. It's this, it's that. Okay, let's say it is a thyroid problem. Then that means you should pay even more attention to your habits. How many times a day do you drink water? Some of us in this goddamn community have a bowel movement every goddamn 3 to 4 days and think that's right. But I'm wrong for telling us, well, Charles, you always gonna sound like you're right. Maybe you just need to admit that sometimes the information is above your fucking pay grade or head. You think I'm worried about some broad or any broad on this planet more so than thinking, wait a minute, what the hell are we doing right now globally? In a black community, we raise our children to be better workers and not innovators. But yes, there are parents who sabotage their children because they don't want their children to outrank them. We don't want to admit that shit. We have a problem. We have a fucking problem. If you think differently than the herd, you're outcast. Politically, people ask about Iran. Personally, I think it's a long time coming because I have friends who were injured because of their involvement in training and funding terrorism globally. Do I like war? No, but I'm a warrior. There's a lot of shit behind the scenes. If you look at who gets the oil from Iran, who is getting oil from Venezuela, it'll tell you a lot of shit right there. But in the black community, you showed them a goddamn video of bubblegum crisis that's over their heads. I'm convinced that we love mediocrity in our mates, in our habits. And I'm just telling the fucking truth. For me and my friends and my subscribers, male, female, child, adult, I wish you nothing but success, happy marriages, relationships, whatever you want to do, prosperity. I wish you to live 1,000 years with good health. But let's be serious. No matter how much I wish this for you, you gotta want it for your goddamn self first. And let's juxtapose this to people who think I'm lying and say that, oh, I always want to be right. I don't want to be right all the time. I want to learn. And see, I don't want to be a person that's always teaching. Teach me something. No matter how complex or simplistic it can be. But if you're not afraid to be wrong, then the world is your oyster. But what's the one thing we hate in this community? Shame, insults, guilt, and a need to be right. There's a difference between the subjective and the objective. Objective means it's just true. No matter where you try to hit at, it's true. Subjective is your favorite. Who's the greatest or your favorite comic book character or TV show? That can be argued. It's subjective. 2 plus 2 is 4. It's not. It's objective. And in our community, truth be told and truth be undeniable, we have a serious problem with just telling the goddamn truth. We don't want to hurt people's feelings because you know why? We want somebody to coincide with our bullshit instead of saying, I love you, but you got to do better, my man. I love you, but you got to do better, my sister. If I truly fucks with you and care about you, I'm going to pull you to the side. Yes, there's sometimes I'm going to yell at you. Especially if it's potentially dangerous. It's because I want to see you fucking grow. Well, Charles, what about you? I am from a paramilitary background of nearly 30 years. Do you think I'm afraid of people yelling at me? It's part of the fucking course, you idiot. This is the reason why I think a lot of these young black boys who are struggle humping in the goddamn streets, send them to the military. Do I think you need to have discipline first? Yes. But pray to God you find it when you're there. Pray to the Almighty for that shit. Pray. What gets really disturbing is that I'm not afraid of a difference of opinion. Hey, me and my boy Josh, we argue. Hey, my boy Sean Gillespie, he loves Ken. I'm the Ryu guy. Is Ryu my favorite character? No, Dudley is. But I'm not afraid of a difference of opinion. My boy Darren loves the Scorpion, which is a cool ass subby. I'm more of a MP5 guy. Musically. My boy Ali, he loves Earth, Wind, and Fire. I love Me. He's featuring Frankie Beverly. Does that mean we're wrong? No, we just have a preference to it. And yes, I will tell people as a person who trained people in fitness and sports for 25 years, I will tell you, guess what? Are there some people who are not going to be real thin? Yes. Yes. There are some people who are not going to be real thin because of their genetics and their body type. But be the healthiest physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually you can be. If you are 5'11" as a woman and 200 pounds, be the healthiest goddamn 200 pounds you can fucking be. Yes, there are some beautiful women who can be 220 pounds at 5'11" and built like shit brick houses. No waist, actually have abs, have muscle tone, and actually put in some fucking work. Fellas, if you're gonna be 270, be the healthiest goddamn 270 you can be. Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. What's wrong with what the fuck I just said, people? I'll wait. I'll put the link up for anybody who got a fucking detraction of what I said. But I know what's gonna happen. You cowards are not gonna show up. Yes. There are some things men and women do not have equally. Like I told the young lady, we had a nice time though. I told her, a man of substance is going to look at you, well, if it's me or anybody of substance, they're going to look at your past. And they're going to say, why did you have children by him? Why him? And if you don't think this man was a good enough father, if one of your children's fathers has been incarcerated for over a decade, he's not a good father. You cannot say that. You chose criminality over raising your child. That's not a good look, and any real man would tell you that shit. How can I raise my child properly behind bars? Do you know how much, shout out to all my boys with kids, if they're married or not married, and I'm talking about the people I personally fucking know. Ask how many fucking sacrifices we made for our children. Ask how many times you damn near had tears coming out your goddamn bed because your knees, your back, your shoulder, something fucking hurts. Your pride, your dignity, your ego. And just to raise this kid, yes, children are burdens, but we love them goddamn burdens. But we're going to sit here and you're going to tell me the best motherfucker you're going to have a child by to say his genetic code deserves to be in the next generation is this guy? And we're not supposed, and as men, we're not supposed to look and say, this motherfucker is my competition? This motherfucker, you think outranks a guy of my caliber? And I know people say, well, you should compare yourself to other people. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Let me tell you why that's bullshit. Why do so many people say Jordan's the greatest of all time? Because we compare him to what? To whom? How do you call somebody the greatest in any endeavor? Level of competition. Level of skill and innovation. How dominant this person was in their time. Did anybody eat off their plate when they were in their time? How did this person step up when they face greater odds or competition? You can't call yourself great If you support mediocrity, you can't call yourself great if laziness is your doctrine. Now, Charles, you try to tell me you always better than your competition? If I wasn't better, I'll work the asses to make it look like it. See, being a winner in life is like blood to a predator. Once that wild beast, that apex predator, that carnivore, that hyper carnivore, that bad motherfucker that fears nothing. Once you get that taste of winning in your mouth, you're addicted. You're hooked. You'll do anything. You'll be obsessed. It's your divine obsession to be a winner, to be greater, to be better. You win one match. Now I gotta win two. I gotta win four. You go on a three fight win streak. Now I'm gonna do 5, 6, 7, 8. You take on the toughest guy in the city. Now I want the toughest guy in the state. What say you when it came to the challenge? What say you when it came to difficulty? Are you insignificant? Are you inadequate? Or are you really powerful beyond belief, but you're ashamed to show it? Truth be told, but truth be undeniable. Don't forget to hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you feel as though this shit is touching your soul. There are certain sacrifices as a man, as a soldier, as an officer, as a goddamn supervisor, as a commander, as a father, once again, that you make. Because I challenge this, right? There is some shit that mommy can get away with that daddy can never fucking fail. There is shit that we take in our belt that we make everybody else look good and we're the one covered in piss and slop. Don't you ever tell me that a black man's fucking situation in America isn't at the lowest. And black men, you better take pride at the fact that you've done so many great things to keep this fucking country afloat. I want you to listen to me. Listen to the sound of my damn voice. Don't you ever tell a young black man that is a white man's military when we were the first motherfuckers to kill and die for this country. You understand me? Don't you ever do a disservice to a black man who want to change his goddamn life only because you fucked up in life. That's what it sounds like to me. When I hear a black man tell a young black man this shit, it's because you fucked up in life. Remember when I said full circle? Put your fingers in the air, make a circle. A lot of times you don't want to see that black boy get up and make something of his life because you're jealous that you didn't do it for yourself. A lot of you mothers out there are just as fucking guilty, if not more. Because you can't get a man, you're going to birth a man that's always going to be at your goddamn hip instead of making sure that man is going to be properly raised to be a fucking leader. I always say this. We're all the good men. We're all the good sons that you were supposed to raise. And that'll answer your question. Mm, mm, mm. Full circle once again. Any man will do when it comes to having a baby. A lot of you don't understand sacrifice. When you gotta fucking drop your kid off in a goddamn patrol car sometimes you gotta stay up because he's playing football or some contact sport. He gets a little concussion, he can't go to sleep. I had to tell one of the sergeants, "Well, you can't call out for your kid." I said, "Sarge, let's keep it funky, monkey." I don't think no woman or man in that department is man enough or woman enough to pull me out my goddamn house taking care of my kid. I will raise hell on earth for this boy. Try me. I'll leave the door open for you if you think you're man enough. Okay, just hopefully your son gets better and we'll see you later. Whatever happened to being a man of conviction? Whatever happened to putting your ass on the fucking line? You know why we love Dr. King? You know why we love Malik El Shabazz, aka Malcolm X? Because those were men of conviction. Even James Baldwin, a man of conviction, put his race and his people before his sexuality. But notice why the LGBT will never put him as a hero. Because if he was alive today, he would be vehemently against that bullshit. And for all you thinking, oh no, so Sergeant Faulkner, Commander Faulkner's against the LGBT. No, 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 no. I'm against your ideology. I'm the motherfucker who fought for you to live free the way you want to, as long as you're not infringing on another person's rights to live. So how can I hate something if I defended it? Fucking morons. Guess what? But I'll tell you this one thing. They didn't make laws against you eating in a diner. They didn't make laws. They didn't lynch you for fighting in World War II in your uniform. What's up, Bucket? What's up, McDrama Bear? You think right now with the shit going on in the Middle East, I could give a fuck about dating and mating? Let's make sure we still got an economy. Let's make sure that our children are the most educated and innovative. Who gives a fuck? A lot of women get mad with me because I'm talking about shit. No. Let's talk about this shit, honey. You chose to be a single mother. Why did you carry that baby for almost 10 months? Did you hear me whine about being a father? Because no matter what, if I take care of the child or I don't take care of the child, guess who's going to get the fucking blame? You're giving reprieve. Men are not giving reprieve. This is the reason why I said earlier, men will carry piss and shit and slop on their asses to make everybody around them look better than them. There you go. Black man in America, you should be a little angry. Yeah, I'm going to talk about black women sometimes. Hell, why not? I'm straight. There it is. Did you pick the best man that you can attract? And the answer is fucking no. Did you pick a guy who was going to be an excellent father, or you picked the guy that made your pussy tingle? There's no different if a man picks a bad wife. We choose who we marry. We choose that. That's us. If a man chooses a bad wife, that's on that man. My wife doesn't do this. Guess what? Did you vet her before you married her? Then it's your fucking fault. You break, you buy, my nigga. Shut up. Talk to her. Try to make something out of it. If you can't, leave. But what's one of the most cowardly things a man will do? It could either be cowardly or it could be the most heroic, depending on how we look at it. But we don't want to actually say, the words "I fucked up." Can never say that in our community. I miscalculated. Oh no. Oh no. You know what's gonna happen? There's gonna be a bunch of finger pointing, a bunch of shaming. We don't want results. We just want to suffer a little less. What is it? About 80% of the children? Yes, they're raised in what? Because technically, single means non married, not married. But yet, you have the best fathers on planet Earth, according to the CDC. When you divorce or when y'all split up, how many of you willing to give your children to the father if the fathers actually are possible and capable of raising better children? In 2026, we have all the stats from single mother homes. And you know the one thing about them? They're all negative. If you got carte blanche over the children in our community, let's ask this question, right? Why? Oh, why do you not teach the boys to read on level? You say you're the most educated, which is not true because you're beneath Asian women and white women, just like we're beneath Asian men and white men for degrees. We're both third. There's only a 7% difference. Thank you, media man. Why don't you do something to curb the difference? Because you like that shit. You like the fact that you can hold court over your men. You like your men being miseducated and being disingenuous to their causes. You like the fact that your government gives you the ability to take a man's livelihood, life, and money from him without consulting with him. But what happens when no fault divorce is canceled, or you keep no fault divorce but you get nothing out of it? City boys winning. Do you think I give a fuck about what a woman thinks of me when I'm looking on how's Iraq supposed to go? How's Iran, Israel? How's Venezuela, China, Russia? Just like my boy Ali called me earlier. He said, "What about the gas?" I said, "Dude, gas always goes up when it gets warm, when it starts to get warmer." And I have to congratulate my boy of 30 years. He actually said, "You know what? I can't argue with that. See, that's logic. That's what makes me proud of my boys. We can accept logical answers and say, you know what? I can't disagree with that. It does go up every time it gets warmer because, people are going to be outside more. They're going to travel more. It makes perfect sense. I can't argue with that." So that would happen. But if you notice, under both of Trump's administrations, gas has been cheaper than Obama, Bush, and Biden. It doesn't mean that I think he's the greatest president of all time, but you got to give the devil their due. And I think this is another cardinal sin that black people have to overcome. Policy over personality. You got to learn how to work with goddamn the devil himself to get shit done. Okay? I may not like certain political figures, but if that's the way my people got to eat and I got to go through them, then guess what? We're going to have to shine shit to make it look like gold. Unless you like living in the fucking poverty, because let's be truthful, black people, you weren't getting shit under Biden's administration because all the immigrants and illegals were getting the shit before you. You're not offended that the fact that we got homeless veterans, but some motherfucker coming to this country yesterday was getting benefits over them. You're not offended that you're working at fucking Walmart or McDonald's and you might have a kid and you can't get the social service benefits to help you out. You didn't get offended about that? They spent trillions to start two wars again to try to bankrupt Russia. And you weren't, and in Israel, you weren't upset about that? The same people talking shit about this Iran shit were church mouse quiet about fucking Ukraine and Israel. Shame the devil. Shame the damn devil. You ever notice that? See, you may not like what I say, but it doesn't make it any less true. You were church mouse quiet. You damn near self castrated your own damn nuts and clitoris and said absolutely nothing when those two wars were started. You said absolutely nothing when these illegals came here siphoning resources from people who were already here. And if you were an immigrant who came here the right way through either military service, green card, and citizenship test, and I would be insulted for you. But because the so-called orange man's in charge now you got a fucking problem. Namer said, and there's a lot of those folks were quiet about what's going on in the Sudan, the DRC, and what's going on in Ethiopia. Oh, quiet. Church mouse quiet. Church mouse quiet. You can hear an ant pissing on cotton quiet. Don't give me that bullshit. Do not give me that. Dismiss me with that bullshit as we talk. You're absolutely right, Namer. Quiet. If you're gonna complain about the bullshit, damn shame. Damn shame. I don't see nothing wrong. If you steal, she had all right to correct it. I want you to think about it. I want you to think about this, right? We live in a world where a daughter's caught stealing $1,600 from her mother. Her mother beats her child with a belt. The mother get arrested. I don't see nothing wrong with correcting some negative behavior. I've literally had people in certain groups that I'm a part of on Facebook for shits and giggles will tell me that Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, and Kamala Harris will make a better female president than Condoleezza Rice. Condoleezza Rice had the respect of the fucking global heads of state. Vladimir Putin loved her. She was so respected in Washington. This is the part where I think black people are phony as shit. Just because she has an R in the back of her name, you're gonna tell me she's not capable? Well, she was part of the and then you got some little African immigrant motherfucker, probably first generation American, if so. Well, she was complicit in the 9/11 lies. She was not Secretary of State during 9/11. That was Colin Powell, you fucking idiot. Shout out to Keep It 100 because even he laughed when I made fun of that motherfucker. But see, you look at Cole. I'm glad you mentioned Colin Powell, probably one of the greatest American generals we had. You see the brilliance of black people, and because they have an R behind their name, you don't want to support. You are the phoniest motherfuckers in the world if you really think like that. Sometimes the best people for our people are the people who can think outside the box. Not even sometimes, majority of the times, the people who think outside the norm for our culture are probably the best to lead it. Because obviously, we don't know what the fuck we're doing currently. If there was money in telling the truth, shit, I'd be a billionaire. Yes, I will tell a woman to her face. If you have if you have literally children by a jailbird or bum, your stock goes down. Matter of fact, children make your stock go down anyway for a woman. It's one thing to say I had children by a multi-million-dollar fucking, not even an athlete, a stockbroker. The motherfuckers will be like, well, goddamn, you outrank me. Your child's a millionaire. When you have children by lesser men, ladies. I'm going to break this shit down for you, and I pray to God that you get this. The status of your fucking children are very relatable to the status of that man. If you have a child by a man that's so called a bum, if you're the daughter of a king, what is it, or you're the son of a king, what does that make you? Somebody put it in the chat, please. I like my interactions here. And I know some of my friends are listening, so go ahead. What does that make you? If you're the son or daughter of a king, what does that make you? Especially if you're the firstborn, what does that make you? I'll wait. I'll repeat the question. If you're the son and daughter of a king, what does that make you? Especially if you're the firstborn of that king, what does it make you? What are you called? You're the crown princess. Thank you. The heir apparent, the crown prince or the crown princess. You're the heir apparent. For those of you who do not know what heir apparent means, it means next to the throne. You're the next motherfucker who's going to sit on that throne. That's why they call you the crown prince or the crown princess. But yet, if you're the son of a drug dealer or bum, well, low level drug dealer or bum, as these women would elegantly say, what does that make the children? Come on, somebody answer. You know, I'll even answer for you. What does that make the mother who has the baby by the baby father who's supposed to be a bum? You know what the answer to that is? She's a homeless shelter. This is why that any baby father will do doctrine in the black community is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. If you go out there and you tell me my baby daddy's a bum, then I'm going to call you a homeless shelter. Because why would you let a bum sully your genetic code unless water seeks its own level. I don't give a fuck about these swirlers. I don't give a fuck about these women bashing black men. I give a fuck about the truth. Let me be honest about Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. I've been raised by my father and my mother not to be henpecked and not to be a peon. I'm taught by great teachers and coaches to think forward, not even where I am now, but years, if not decades later. I'm supposed to be as a man, and this is why fathers, great fathers, are important because a father is supposed to think 3 to 4 generations down the road. We are the beings who plant trees that we will one day never know the shade of. If you don't know what that means, we're supposed to plant seeds and we may not even be alive to see them. That's black pill for your ass. That's black pill as shit, by the way. I do things for my great great grandchildren who I may or may not see. My grandfather lived to see at least his great great, maybe even third great grandchild, which is a blessing. But yet, he had to come to Baltimore and work for 30 years with an eighth grade education to become a master mechanic, to plant fucking seeds that he would never live to see. This is the reason why a good father is important. This is the reason why I will dig in any woman's ass. Because a good father is not trying to be a great father. He's trying to be a great, 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 great grandfather. That's something that women traditionally just don't do because women were built by God Almighty or whatever God you serve to think about the nest, the here and now. Men are designed to think about the future. Women talk about if women were in charge, there would be no wars. Bitch, please. We would be fighting left and right. We see what happens to when women are kept unchecked with their emotional imbalance. You motherfuckers during your menstrual cycle go off the hook. And we're going to put you in charge of the fucking world? Fuck. If we actually, if we logically thought the same way as women, because women don't actually innovate, because innovation means you need to go to dangerous places, you need to get out your comfort zone, we would still live in caves. We would still be hunter gatherers because it's comfortable. It's not that hard. The reason why a great father is important is because he's God given design to think decades, if not centuries later. Women don't do too well thinking that way because women do not think that well outside of comfort. How do I know this? You could go sell pussy and fuck a guy good enough, he's going to take care of you and your kids. Men don't have that luxury. We got to get it out the mud and get it back in blood, baby. Correct. I want you. Come on, May. Come on, Cynthia G. Come on, Chrissy. Come on. Come on, FD Signifier. Tell me if I'm fucking lying. Where's the welfare for black men? Where's the welfare for black men? You think we don't want to fucking be a part of a fucking rigged system? There's a reason why we don't want to be a part of a rigged system. Because we getting tired of paying for kids we have no fucking dominion over. We're getting tired of being in relationships and marriages with women who got the ability to walk out and take half your shit. We're getting tired of being blamed for a community that we're not really even a part of. We're getting tired of having no say, no vote, no power, no authority, no choice, no chance. That's what you got. And we're supposed to stay in this fucking self pity prison? I fucking say no. What's up, Josh? Tell me, what's a great nation that women have built and successfully defended? Hell, tell me one nation you successfully built. I'll wait. I'll wait 1,000 years from now. You talk about the patriarchy, but you're hoping to get the best patriarch you can. Shorty Sunday tried to say, well, I don't believe in 50-50. I said, how does it feel paying 100? This is your logic obeys you. It resists you. You're not even that. Excuse me for a minute. Where is it? 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 God damn it! Where is it? I need it. I need it now. Woo! Your logic is so flawed. What's up? What's up, Mr. J? Your logic is so flawed. You motherfuckers want power and not accountability. Which any man knows is extremely dangerous and irresponsible. I want you to think that. Don't forget, everybody, to like, share, subscribe, and donate if you feel inclined. Any man of authority and power knows that it is very irresponsible to give power without accountability and responsibility. Say it with me, folks. What did Uncle Ben say? With great power comes what? With great power comes what? With great power comes what? With great power comes great responsibility. And that's the one key thing majority of these feminist motherfuckers don't ever talk about. They want the power, but not the responsibility. They want the protection without the accountability. They want the authority without having the sovereign purpose of answering to the people's needs. This is why I tell people women make bad leaders, because you were never trained to be. Men are at least trained to be responsible. This is the reason why you look for baby daddies. You look for men. I might even start a GoFundMe to help the publishing of my book, to get my comic book / fictional book on the ready. I think I want to be one of the greatest writers for fiction of the 21st century. Why? Because I'm bringing masculinity back. Notice, I even have black females in my story who are respectful to men, who are feminine, can take action, can kick ass, but they don't forsake their femininity. I have black men who don't play, the coon. Oh boy, we got the man, the myth, the legend. Oh, we got electrician 480. How you doing, bro? See, many people think that I hate women. If I women love me, ask any woman. They love me. Ask any woman that's under my protection. Ask, ask. Nobody has yet to ask. Excuse me, I might have to cuss out a guy. This guy's an idiot. So if Bill and Hillary are mentioned in the Epstein files and nothing was said, then we must say the same thing for Trump. Now, let's look at what a lot of these people have done. When you look at when you look at the DOJ and the FBI, they are actually under the authority of the president, which is the executive branch of government. Yeah, they may be funded by Congress, but who can actually allocate the funds to their will? That's the president, dumbass, because he's the chief executive officer. Because anytime you have a law enforcement agency, every law enforcement agency is under the executive branch unless stated so, such as the United States Supreme Court Police, which is still an executive branch of government because it's law enforcement. But those are the few exceptions. Now, let's go back into some other stuff. You had no issue with President Biden. You had no issue with President Biden doing a lot of illegal stuff and actually causing two wars to try to bankrupt Russia. So if you actually knew something yourself, especially since we're competing in a global economic war with China, because we haven't really done anything innovative in the last 20 to 30 years, because our educational system is very shitty, then you need to go back and do your research. Period. As a matter of fact, how long can you look at your generations? Let me rephrase that. How far back does your family tree come into these American states? Now, why didn't the Biden administration actually open up these Epstein files? Why didn't the Biden administration try to make a peace treaty between Ukraine and Russia? Because those sons of bitches were in on it and wanted this shit to happen. And your girl Kamala Harris, yes, the incompetent black girl, blonde bimbo, was going to do the same shit when she actually was asked during an interview. You can look it up yourself. I'm not going to do it for you. When she was asked, what are you going to do differently than President Biden? And she said, I'm not going to do anything differently. As a matter of fact, You should have known what was up when Dick Cheney, Darth Vader himself, supported her as a candidate. You should already know there was some bullshit right there. Okay, I'm back to my show. But I'm going to answer your question. Let's look at this. Women have gotten to the point of being insufferable. Do I blame women for it? Yes. 50-50. Feminism as well. When you actually try to criticize men for being friends with men, enjoying the brotherhood with men, you have to understand that one, males love to bond with other males, and it does not make them gay. That's actually a needed recipe for men because, especially in this hyper feminized society, you need all the masculine confirmation you could get. And oh, yeah, thank you for the $20 holla. This is for you,
By the power of Grayskull. By the power of Grayskull.
Thank you once again for being a supporter. You're right. Male camaraderie is what's needed. This is the reason why men work well because we will insult each other. They even did studies. When men who are great friends for long periods of time greatly insult each other, that means their bond is strong as shit. If you look at me and my friends, we talk about each other like a dog, but there's times when people insult me, my friends probably hit that guy first. There's times when people are mad with my friends, I might have hit that motherfucker first. But this is what women don't get because women were never taught in the modern day to respect male endeavors. This is the reason why in Judaism and Islam and traditional Christianity, not this new age shit, men and women sometimes had different aspects or worships away from the women. This is why I would tell a lot of women, your man is going with the boys. If you hear any noise, it's just me and the boys. An insecure woman is always going to think her man's going to cheat. You know why? Because that woman was doing something, not keeping herself up. Oh yeah, by the way, Jasmine Crockett conceded to James, whatever the fuck his name, Tellerico. I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of times we're gonna have to be very, very um, dedicated. Very dedicated when it comes to certain shit in this world. There's a lot of times we're gonna have to look at we're gonna have to look at women in a very valid exposure, right? And I would say this: modern women do not compare to the age of my mother and grandmother and great grandmother, and I can tell you why. When you look at Easter and you look at church, you didn't wear street clothes in church. Most of these women back in the day knew how to tie a tie, can hem pants, and do multiple stuff. Modern women don't know how to do this shit. As a matter of fact, multiple women. Do you know how many times I'll go to K and G and other suit stores, and I'll actually rescue the son from their mother because their mother wants them to look like a goddamn Chi-Town pimp for prom or graduation or whatever formal event. And I said, dude, if you listen to your mother, you will not be respected as a man. No disrespect to your mom. Your mom doesn't know male endeavors. What's up, Big Mo? Excuse me. That's why they call it Sunday's Best. What does your mom know about wearing a suit? Excuse me. Cough's getting drier, so that's a healthy thing. That's the job of the father. But what is the position of the father in our community? I remember growing up in the 80s, we would wear a three-piece suit, vest and all. That's what makes it a three-piece suit. The jacket, the vest, the trousers. And we would have an Adidas sweatpants with matching. I would have the black and white. My hold on for a second. I would have the black sweats with the white stripes, with the black and white stripe matching Adidas. Shout out to Charlie Rudos if you're from Baltimore. My little brother would have the gray with the red stripes with the matching gray with the red stripes Adidas. We had two Easter outfits, one to go play and one to be presentable. Now you don't even see young men with suits. Most of these women don't even know how to. What's up, CJ? It's been a while. Let me make you a moderator since you're an upstanding dude. You know what I'm saying? You know, I hope people know I don't make everybody a moderator, but the cool people I make moderators, you got to earn your stripes, and I think CJ earned her stripes. Back in the day, you actually had some decorum. You actually was taught how to be a young man. You were not looked at as just a young boy. You were taught to be a young man. There were times when, you know, mama went out with her friends and you stayed home with daddy, or mama stayed home and you went out with daddy. And guess what? Daddy first one of the first movies that I met, and people don't even understand why do I love Superman. One of the first comic books given to me, actually the first comic book and coloring book I received was Superman by my dad. One of the first movies, the two first movies I remember watching was Superman 1, shout out to Christopher Reeve, and Rambo First Blood. And I'm sitting on my dad's lap in Orleans Street, and he's sipping on a little beer when he used to drink, and he let me have a little sip. That's the secret of 80s babies. We sip beer, we put fucking juice cartons on the back of our goddamn bottom wheel of the rear wheel of our goddamn bikes to make it sound like a dirt bike or a baseball card. We skinned up our knees. We fell. We rarely went to the hospital emergency room unless you broke something or you had a strong fever. Um, we played It's, and you can jump a goddamn 32-inch fence very well. We had fun. We didn't have a tenth of the technology we have now, but we had goddamn fun. Summertime was fucking fun. Even wintertime, snowball fights. If you really didn't like anybody, you get a snowball, you put it in the freezer, and let that shit get ice rock hard, and you hit somebody, bow, right in the fucking back of the ear. You gotta understand something. Those pivotal times, they even found it scientifically when daddy's roughhousing with the baby, regardless if it's a girl or a boy, that's bonding time. That's knowing when to play and when to stop, because daddy's going to teach you, hey, stop, you're getting too rough, and you should. But that child gets to get all that loose energy out playing with dad. All Star G, how you feeling, bro? The only time I see these young dudes in suits now in Chicago is for funerals. And shall I go black pill? So you did it. I was trying to be fucking nice. I wasn't gonna be certain black pill. I gotta get the permission of my constituency. Shall I go black pill? We'll take a vote. Everybody take a vote. Shall I go black pill? Shall I go black pill? I need your votes. Shall I go black pill? Oh, I need to go black pill about that shit. I need some more votes, people. I need to go black pill about what you just said. I don't believe these motherfuckers even wear suits at funerals. See, first of all, you weren't considered a grown man until you had 5 suits in your fucking closet. You weren't a grown man until you had about a wingtip. Back in the day, in the early aughts, the 2000s, you had boat shoes when you weren't trying to be fancy, but you were being casual. But now, if you can afford Jordans, if you can afford dopes, which are the phone positives, we call them dope dealers in Baltimore. If you can afford dopes, if you can afford all this lousy shit that looks like fucking clown shit, and you can't afford a suit, dismiss me with that bullshit. You don't even get the fucking chance. You don't even get the chance to go to older guys and learn how to fucking tie a tie, and you call yourself a man because you impregnate a fucking Shall I go onyx pill? Because that's blacker than black. Okay. I'm grabbing a mic real close so you can hear me to the sound of my voice. You motherfuckers make me so sick out there who call yourself men, and you can't even conduct yourself in a masculine frame. You don't know how to wear a suit. You don't know how to wear a tie. You don't even know how to get it tailored to your fucking raggedy ass body.
But yet all my detractors and even some people close to me think that I hate women, but I'm a dig in men's ass. But I dig in men's asses worse than the women because I'm the first person to say you're unbecoming of a man. What's the opposite of a young YN or a young nigga is a young gentleman. Give me that quarter zip. Give me that cardigan. Give me that pullover. Give me that dude who wears a blow tie. Give me that dude who wears a shoe boot, Stacy Adams. Give me that dude who knows how to pull his, you know, quarter of an inch or half an inch of his goddamn shirt from his suit. Notice the guy who actually knows that his shirt is supposed to be lighter than the blazer he gets. Notice if he's wearing a pinstripe suit, he's supposed to wear a solid color tie. Notice if he's wearing a vest, he's not supposed to wear a belt. He's supposed to wear suspenders. Notice that young man need to know the difference between an Italian, British, and American cut suit. These niggas don't even wear suits for funerals because they come in there looking like they're in a goddamn Mingos video. Then the suits look all sloppy. A suit is supposed to give you that triangular look. As a matter of fact, some of you military vets like me know what the fuck, or your older parents or grandparents taught you what a gig line is. When the fucking belt, when the edge of your shirt is supposed to match the edge of your belt to the edge of your zipper line. But wait a minute, your single mother didn't even tell you, or a French cut for some of you, which is usually the European or British cut. It's supposed to be a straight line from the edge of your fucking shirt, where you button your shirt, down to your belt, down to the zipper line. But guess what? When does your single mother have the time to teach you? Matter of fact, she doesn't wear suits like a man. So how would she know? And then you wonder why you look like a joke. You don't even wear suits going to court anymore. By the way, formal or business attire is not a goddamn button up shirt, a pair of khakis, and a goddamn pair of Timbs on your feet. Get the fuck out of here, young men. If you need guidance, I've always said, when the student's ready, the master will appear. When the student's ready, the master will appear. When the student's ready, the master will appear. Instead of actually leaning to your own understanding, that's what the Holy Bible, Quran, and the Torah actually said. Why don't you actually ask an older guy or a guy that you respect, how do I wear this properly? Because you were taught into the gynocracy and the ego, you were afraid, or you use some type of bombastic, pontificating to make it look like you know shit, but you really don't. Why don't you actually utilize your network and say, hey, Unc, hey, Grandpa, hey, Dad, I need you. Big Mo said, I had a military review board and I had to attend as a veteran, and my appearance in a suit and how I spoke really surprised them. Wearing a suit and presenting yourself makes the difference. Amen. Amen. Can the church say amen and woo? Woo! But yet, when I talk about being presentable as a man, and people try to say, well, Charles, you don't know what you're talking about. If you know what a gig line is, then that means you know I'm very familiar on wearing suits. Ask my boy Sean Gillespie. Ask my boy Darren Gray. Ask Ali. Ask Sean Balboa. Ask Josh Hall, who's in the chat. We wear suits. We stand out. Why? Because it's tailored. It's neat. It's not ordinary. There's a certain pride you're supposed to have when you walk outside. My mother used to say, I will hit your ass over the head with a frying pan, with a goddamn frying pan. Not even a frying pan, with a cast iron pan. If you walk out there, every time you walk out the goddamn house, act like you're walking out to meet your future wife. Y'all don't hear me though. Give me a woo in the chat and amen. Whoa, amen. This is the shit nobody talks about, and even in this space, nobody talks about the old school shit when you were not allowed to look like a dusty individual walking out the goddamn street. You did not go outside unless you had some ironed fucking shirt and an iron fucking pants. As a matter of fact, all you motherfuckers who like Ralph Lauren polo, you're not supposed to wash them polos. You're supposed to take them to the cleaners. Did you hear me? You're not supposed to wash them polos. You're supposed to take them to the cleaners. A lot of you young niggas don't even know how to fucking wear your linen in the summertime because guess what? You get yourself a pair of boat shoes and some linen fucking shorts. And if you actually did your squats and your calf raises and you look like you in shape, man, you look like young money. No, you look like old money, nigga. White people will come up to you and tell you, what the hell you know about this boat shoe? You get a pair of linen shorts and some boat shoes and a nice comfortable polo. Dude, you look like you're a millionaire. And you know what happens? How you look attracts what you want. Did y'all hear me though? How you attracts how you look attracts what you want. If you want to look like a thug, you're gonna get thug problems. A thug is a criminal. Why do you think you always attract the police arresting your ass? Give me a woo for that shit. If you want to be treated like a thug and a thug is a criminal, why do you think you get those results? But if you want to be treated like a successful man, you got to look like you want success. I've always told you, if you go to the gym and you want a personal trainer, do you want a motherfucker whose gut sticks out further than yours? Do you want a personal trainer who looks like he needs a personal trainer? Or you want to look like, or you want that motherfucker who's cut like Colombian dope? People don't even know in the black community how to listen to success because success is something that's long driven, long earned. It's not a wish upon a star genie like this prosperity gospel that we teach. Remember, my father used to say, God helps the person to help that carries his own. Meaning, a lot of times God's not going to make the first step till you do. That's the opposite of prosperity preaching, if you were just wondering. Prosperity does not wish upon a star. Prosperity puts things in motion. A lot of you niggas need to learn something. A lot of you niggas need to get a little trimmer, the Manscaped. You need to really trim your pubic hairs. You need to trim your armpit hairs. You need to learn how to groom yourself properly because if your fucking armpit hairs look like you got Don King and Butt Week and dual headlocks, your armpits are going to stink this summer. Grossly. Big Mo said, funny thing is that I listened my lawyer during that case and overheard some straight up racist talk that the receiver was saying to my lawyer. Yep. A lot of you need to groom you need to cut your pubic hairs for the summer. What did I tell you? Hey, Captain Jack, meet me down by the railroad track with that 45 in your hand. Lord knows I'm gonna be a shooting man. Hey, Captain Jack, meet me down by the railroad track with that knife in your hand. Lord knows I'm gonna be a stabbing man. See, y'all don't even understand what the problem is with Black America. The ultimate problem with Black America is that you don't have enough competent fathers in charge. See, I don't even know if BGS doing a show today, but guess what? I'm the motherfucking opening act. And I've been speaking to y'all for almost 2 hours straight. So I must be doing something well if I'm getting more and more people listening to the sound of my greasy ass voice. I'm going to tell you something. A lot of you don't even understand that you need to what the Captain Jack say. How you treat yourself is how the world will treat you. A lot of black men don't want to admit that you have low self-esteem, my brothers. Hey, guess what? If you're shaving your armpits and your groin area, use a Manscape. Don't use a razor on that shit. You'll thank me. If you're shaving your head, I use a 5-point razor. Why? Less irritation. Way less than a single blade. I will say this. Now, if it's electric, sure. This is what you need to learn. A lot of you need to really understand. Summertime, cut your armpit hair. You should groom it anyway on a regular basis. Some of you need to really cut your chest hair too, because the goddamn shit look like taco meat. Groom yourself. If you wonder why your significant other does not bless you with the oral of the gods, it's because she can still smell a lot of that fucking filth on your genitals. Shave the hair. You'll thank yourself. You wonder why your deodorant isn't as strong? Because you got about 3 inches fucking hair in your armpits that you need to cut. It's not touching the necessary places for your deodorant. A lot of you would know this if a lot of masculine fucking programming was talking about this. When Kevin first came out, a lot of you motherfuckers didn't even know he talked about this shit. This is why me and Kevin talked about it. This is why I was on a lot of early shows with Kevin. Foreplay should be with the shower. Sometimes foreplay should be with the bath. You should, if you're going to be out there, a lot of you niggas need to clean your bathtubs. I'm going to tell you 2 places you need to make sure that you're going to get pussy forever. Of course, you're going to clean up your bedroom unless your chick just loves you so much. Matter of fact, one of the greatest things that you can study a chick. And I can tell I've been around trained chicks and untrained chicks. When you have dishes in the sink, a chick who's been trained properly, it will irk her soul. If she will go in there and wash them dishes without being told. That's a trained chick. Just like when my ex, when I went to visit her and her vacuum cleaner was messed up, I just took the vacuum cleaner from her hands and unscrewed everything, took it up in the bathroom, unclogged it, screwed everything back in and fixed it. Guess what? She made a fucking meal for me just right there. A lot of dudes don't even know how to tinker. Tinkering actually makes you smarter. Get an old VCR, an old DVD player, and some screwdrivers and tinker. Just tinker. Get like a little carving knife and just get some wood and just carve it into different shapes, like little steaks. It makes you smarter. Get some and then take all the shavings and put it in a Ziploc bag for kindling, and put one in your house and put one in your car, and you use it for survival in case you might be out somewhere and you need to start a fire. You got kindling. This is stuff that your fathers, grandfathers, and you were blessed to know your great grandfathers would teach you. This is the reason. This is the real reason of this goddamn space. By the way, is not to complain about bitches because bitches will come and bitches may go, but they're gonna be the best of them. I want you to know. They're like buses. You miss one, 15 minutes, one coming. Like you got to realize this. You are always striving to be a better version than what you were yesterday. What's the official, unofficial motto of the Navy SEALs? Anybody know it? What's the unofficial motto of the Navy SEALs? You better been threatened. That's how you know you had good parents. Walk outside with some goddamn shit. What's the unofficial official motto of the Navy SEALs? You goddamn right. The only easy day is yesterday. There's times you're gonna go through some shit. Your boy Falk's going through some shit. But I can't let shit stop me rock. Even when I'm in despair, I gotta keep my head up high. My chin tucked, but my head high. Yeah, I ain't trying to get sucker punched. Sometimes you need to go back into your archives and see what you fucking accomplished and see what you overcome and triumphed over. Scars tell a story. They tell a very delicate story. They show the world how much you suffered. The second most important thing, they show the world how much you triumph. The number one thing your scars show the world is how much you actually healed. There's not too many places in this manosphere that will talk about this shit. I don't have to worry about broads not liking me. I can, trust me, I've slept with enough women to make King Solomon jealous. I am good. I have various missions in my life. I've accomplished some, but guess what? My dreams will never outweigh my memories. I need somebody to put that in the chat. My dreams will never outweigh my memory. My memories will never outweigh my dreams. I'm sorry, let me say it correctly. My memories will never outweigh my dreams. Even at soon to be on April 1st, 44 years old, I still got big dreams to be a published author, a published artist, to be able to teach security and qualify people once again for my company. I will never ever have my dreams being outweighed by my memories. Hell, I even told my friend I want to get in such shape that I want to take the Masters tournament and become a world champion at the Masters level in wrestling. I'm getting my body back to where the fuck I want it to be. I'm going to be the proverbial Superman. I'm going to be the man of steel, old, reliable, durable, unwavering. I'm going to get my degree, maybe two. I might even go back to school to be a counter sniper if there's enough money left in the kitty. There is no quit in my shit. There is no quit in my shit. There is no quit in my shit. Captain Jack said, you fail more often than you succeed. Success is the time you got it right. See, I like to piggyback off of that. Success is when you got it right at the right time. That's the shit that people don't hear about this. Go. I want all you motherfuckers. Where's May? Where's Cynthia G? Where's Amiri? Where's all these other motherfuckers who got to talk about? You talk about women. Who the fuck cares about women if I'm winning? Women follow successful men. Why do you think I never lose women? There's an old saying: a man chases success and money will never lose women, but a man chasing women will always lose success and money. So you got to understand, happy wife is not the happy life, but God's plan is that goddamn man. Everybody's happy when that man's happy. That man will move heaven and earth to keep his family together. That chick won't. I don't know if some of y'all been on on TikTok last year with that little song. That's not your nigga. That's not your nigga. That's not your nigga. Shit. That's not your bitch. That's not your bitch. Shit. She'll fuck around and get a switch. Hey, guess what? That life's a bitch. So is Twitch. But here's the part that I'm trying to tell you. You got to understand your goals take precedence over everybody else. Because if number one ain't right, you can't help 2, 3, 4, and 5. You want to get in shape? Go get a pair of weights. Go get some resistance bands. Hell, go for a fucking walk. Do the opposite of what got you in the fucking place in the first place. Why is it so hard, black man, to see the hero in you? Why is it so hard to see the superhero in you? Hey, get your PhD, man. What's stopping you but you? Why not be the hero of your own goddamn fucking reality? Ask Lost. Ask Lost about the story I'm writing. I'm writing not a story. I'm writing a fucking epic. I'm world building. Ask Bay. We're world building. I'm gonna have to link up with Bay, and we're gonna make a third channel where we're just gonna put the story in text to speech, and we're gonna make this shit an epic. In the words of my fellow Baltimorean, Reginald F. Lewis, the first black man to own $1 billion business. Why should white boys have all the fun? Can I get an amen and woo? Woo! Why should everybody else? I'm going to tell you this, black men and black women. I look at success the same way I look at religion. If everybody else can see heaven on earth, but I got to wait till I die to see it, that's not a religion I need. I want to be able to see God on earth is when I do in heaven. We are too talented and too multifaceted to be fucking ordinary. Do you hear me? Do you pick up what I'm putting down? Do you know how many motherfucking times in my personal life, motherfucking commanders, sergeants, both the military and the police department threw me to the wolves and I came back leading that motherfucking pack? You threw me to the savannah and I became the Lion King. An apex predator only recognize other apex predators. There is no goddamn way you can beat me unless I accept defeat my goddamn self. Fuck inevitable. It's just a matter of fucking time. Invincible. Indestructible. Fucking incredible. My spiritual strength is incalculable. My mental prowess is fucking deceptively great. The only person I fear is God and myself. God doesn't make perfection, he makes greatness. And this is how benevolent the Almighty truly is. God doesn't make you perfect because there's nowhere else to go. He was benevolent enough to make you great, to give you something to always chase and to strive for, which is so beautiful. You don't even understand how beautiful it is to continuously chase greatness. This is the reason why black men, black men, black men, black men, black men need to search the value from within and never from outside. When the world says you're worthless, ask this: why do you always keep me with you? Though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, though I offer my body to be burnt, if I do it without charity and love, it offers me nothing. I believe that's what, 1 Corinthians 13:3. Check me if I'm wrong, but I may be wrong, I may be right. I'll check it myself soon. Even Psalms 110, verse 1. And my Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstools. Sometimes all I have to do is wait and show perseverance and strive through. I don't even have to battle 70% of my battles directly, and I will triumph. That is such a blessing when you learn what perseverance is all about. There's times 70% of your battles are defeated just for having perseverance. I don't have to overpower you. I don't have to oversmelt you. I don't have to outspeed you. I don't have to do shit, but just keep going forward. All I have to do is to be the proverbial juggernaut. As long as I put one foot in front of the other, you can't stop my forward momentum. You may be able to slow me, but you can never completely stop me. That is powerful within itself. As they say, it's not the fact that people in this world fear you, black man, because you're inadequate. It's because everybody but you realize that you're powerful beyond belief. When are you going to realize that shit? People talk about, oh, you sound like you hate women. If I hated women, why do y'all so drawn to me? Maybe it's because you realize what a real man is, and real men don't have to kiss your ass. Maybe you like a man who puts you back in your place. Maybe you like a man who can actually sit there and take time out of his day to give you what do they call emotional labor and love and balance. I had my friend thank me when she was venting, going through shit, and said, "Thank you for being there for me. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for letting me vent. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for making me laugh. Thank you for being you." Some motherfuckers are married and can't even get that type of reverence. But yet, I hate women, right? But women love me. As long as my bitches love me, right? Whatever Wayne and Future said. Why do I have to look at defeat? Law said he gives you talent and gifts, but also weaknesses to make to make the journey even more worthwhile. So when death claims you, you will have earned access to your rest. I've seen people like Josh's mom who had stage 4 cancer for 20 years. By the time death called to that woman, thank you, God bless you, Miss Felicia. You were wonderful. Mwah. When death caught her, it was a sweet embrace. That motherfucker was out of breath when he caught her. She was like the Apostle Paul. She ran her race. And motherfucking death was out there. He was out of breath when he caught her. What say you? What say you, black men and women? Are you done running? Are you done fighting? Or you got some ass to kick? Dang, if you're not up every day saying I got a little bit more ass to kick, I gotta change this and transmagnify this world a little bit. People forget that energy cannot be destroyed, it can only be transmutated. Energy like, what's in your wallet? See, failure is only when you accept it. Oh, I forgot. We only talk about boo, Keisha, ooh, black woman bad, ooh. Where are you, May? Where are you? Waiting for you, chick. But after that dinner with Shorty, even she had to bow down to superior intellect. So, excuse me. Sometimes it makes you want to quit live streaming because you don't get the support that you used to get. But sometimes you come to your senses and say, hey, somebody need me. Somebody need to hear this good shit. Somebody needs it. I don't know. Maybe when I'm thinking I'm having a bad day, some dude out there or some lady out there is going through worse. Somebody needs to hear this. If they get a laugh out of a day when they had a tragedy, I done my job. Maybe I talk somebody from eating their firearm. Maybe I talk somebody from doing harm to their baby mama or their baby daddy. Maybe I taught somebody, I've actually coerced somebody not to do harm to themselves. I don't know. People don't have to admit shit to me. But if that kept that motherfucker alive and actually going through life saying I need to do better, then I done my job. No amount of money, no amount of viewership, no amount of subscribership can ever replay that. To make sure when you actually save a life physically, verbally, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, that shit hits you in ways you didn't even know you had. When you get emails from brothers and sisters that said, I heard you, or you told me the best way to get off my feet is to get off my ass. When you get another email from a brother or sister that says, just give me one more day. Just give me one more day. That's all we need is one more day. And they said, I gave myself another day. And those people are, you know, contributing members of society, doing real well. That's what hits you in the heart. What's the old saying? The heart is a house of love. That's probably one of the classic black songs. I can't wait till it's warm. Go up there to Bluricon and other places playing that song. Is a heart is a house of love. I love to play that around black people because black people get real creative, and their acting skills come out when they say that shit. All right, I know I'm not gonna ask this question, but who the fuck wants to come up on a paddle? Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh man, is there a heart? Is there a heart at the house tonight? Stand up. Oh my god, boy. One thing about black people, boy. I'm sorry. Like, god damn, we make anything cool. Oh shit, we make any goddamn thing cool. Oh man. Anybody coming up, or y'all just want to hear me talk some more? What is it? Y'all keep watching, y'all keep sharing, you keep donating. I'll talk my heart out. But god damn it, man. I'll say this, man. All these people who keep telling me that, oh, you hate women, I'm like, dude, you love me. You're just shocked that a guy who's low key as me, gonna tell you the truth. You are, there's not one woman not enamored and involved into what I am. It's usually the women that fuck that up. I'm not mad if you don't think that I'm something you want, but don't try to fucking bamboozle me. No, we don't do that shit. We don't do that shit. We don't do that shit. If you really think that I'm the bad guy, shit, you should look at the niggas lying to you. The man said I gotta run to Home Depot. Hey, I know you gotta run. Shout out to Bay, because that man always doing something. That man gotta run to Home Depot. He like, yo, I gotta run to Mars real quick. Shit, I gotta go. Ladies and gentlemen, we gotta give him his proper dues.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
Oh, that's gangster. I get the All Might intro.
I gotta give you the All Might intro.
Yo,
I can give you this one.
Oh, I like it.
That was
I like
tough.
it.
Hold on, since I'm here, I might as well do one more for the classic 80 babies.
Thundercats!
And that's an HD. Tell me how pretty that shit looks. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good, bro. Look, this is more of a rites of passage channel, right? So
yeah.
This is what people need to understand. So even in the manosphere, right? People will talk about more things than women, more things than finance, more things than being in shape, grooming, etc. And so in life, in mathematics and spiritually, there's an order of operations, right? So you could crawl before you could walk before you run, and you could run before you could fly. And so what people don't realize is that there will always be a root chakra, right? So even if you get to the crown chakra, if you're fortunate enough to get it, right, all you'll get is a new root. You'll get a new beginning. So for those of us who have practiced martial arts, right, once you get your black belt, that's the beginning, bro. Right? All a black belt represents is that you have executed the fundamentals of a particular martial art. Mastery of that martial art comes when that black belt has tabs to it, when you've been committed to it. So the hero's journey, going up and down your chakras and all of this stuff, these things are a constant, right? And so even today, the conversation in the manosphere is you're talking about failures, the ups and downs, the trials of life. And these are the things that makes a hero, right? So if you could overcome this stuff for yourself, right, for others, you're a hero. And if you could do it for yourself, you become a champion. And so a lot of people are not fans of Star Wars Episode 8, but I loved Star Wars Episode 8 because it was reflective of the world that we lived in, right? So when you see Luke Skywalker, right, Luke Skywalker is a man who's kind of checked out of society because Luke Skywalker found out that the things that he was fighting for at 25 is not the reality at 60, right? So those of us who may have been veterans from many wars and everything else, right? Some of us are saying, okay, man, this is not why I signed up. This is not the cause, that I'm fighting for, right? And so now Luke is going through this in his life. And so what does Luke have? Luke has one student in Kylo Ren where he failed, and now he has another student that's looking for him, right? And so what happens? Yoda appears to Luke, right? And Yoda comes back and gives his teacher comes back to give him a lesson. And Luke says, I'm supposed to be Grandmaster Skywalker. I'm the one that's supposed to have all the answers. And Yoda says many things a teacher could teach their student, but the greatest things that they could teach their student is their failures, right? And then Yoda calls down lightning, right? And it strikes Luke's makeshift library. And Luke goes, the ancient Jedi text. And Yoda was like, well, did you read it? And Luke was like, right? And so, again, failure is not only a useful tool for the person that's going through it, but it's also what creates wisdom for those behind you who you teach.
Oh yeah. You know, one of the biggest for my 20 years of coaching, 20 plus years, it's amazing to say that I'll only be 44 April 1st. But time in your brain and time in reality are two different places, is it not?
Yes.
One of the biggest recruiting tools that both, may he live in paradise, peace, and power, Mr. Larry Brown, and the current coach, Maurice Marshall, will utilize me and say, you see that guy over there, the assistant coach? Yeah, he used to wrestle for me. You know, he lost his very first match. And they'll be like, what? But in that very first year, he won a championship.
Yeah.
Think about it. If he quit, we would never know how good he was. He would never know.
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you the same question that I ask ABM and others when I usually do my later night shows. What does the phrase man of steel mean to you?
The steel means virtue, man of virtue, right? A man who stands on his square, he cannot be moved off of his value system.
A man of durability, a man of reliability, a man of certainty.
Yes.
A man, when all else fails, he doesn't. And this is what happens when people hear me talk critically about women. Have you ever noticed I don't get as many critics from women as I do from men? Women, I'll give black women one thing. Unwavering, thank you, Bay. Unwavering, unshakable, unfazable, indestructible, invincible. This is the one thing I'll give black women compared to black men. And this is the reason why I've been a little bit more critique, or not even a little bit, harsher on black men in this stream.
Yeah.
Black men are cowards. Black men have become cowardly where the women will actually call me up and ask my advice.
Yes, but that's the thing, right? So I remember I was on Green Gorillas and guys were, making fun of Black Girl Magic. And I said, man, I totally support it. And I was like, and I'll tell you why. Because at least black women like each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. And I said, we shoot each other in the streets. We curse each other out on these panels like we're dogs. Right? So I was like, maybe we need a tad bit more magic so that we can start liking each other. And look, man, everything in life all boils down to discipline. So a life without God, a life without discipline. So God could be your focus, your purpose, whatever it is that you're after, right? And so I'm going to take, so for a lot of people who are out there, especially you're in the chat, remember what Vince Lombardi said. He said, I firmly believe that any man's finest hour, the greatest fulfillment of all that he holds dear, is that moment when he has worked his heart out in a good cause and lies exhausted on the field of battle victorious. Right? And if you want to know, what that looks like, if you've never been in sports or war, you want to know what that looks like? Think Gohan after he defeated Cell after Super Saiyan 2. Right? When he laid on the ground and transformed back and Cell was gone, and Gohan was just laying on the ground laughing, exhausted, victorious on the field of battle, right?
Oh, yeah.
Protecting the world that he loved. And so it goes back to what I was telling you guys about idol worship and the fact of living your purpose. Any man or woman is most happy when they have fulfilled their purpose. And so words like discipline and obedience, right? A lot of us typically don't like these words, but this is what's going to be required in order for you to fulfill your purpose. And this is where you're going to find happiness, right? And so, like, it's like what you said, Charles. So at the end of my life, whenever that may be, right, I see dreams fulfilled more so than I see regret and wasted time.
Exactly. My memories will never outweigh my dreams.
Yes.
I tell people all the time. I said, look, to you, I've done great shit.
Yeah.
To me, I'm always beginning. The outlook of my life determines the fulfillment of such.
Yes.
Do you pick it up what I'm putting down?
Yeah.
Because
well, yeah,
go
yes,
ahead.
No, but that's what we're talking about, right? And so when you're talking about the grooming, the shaving, and everything else, so many years ago, I had an old friend of mine come into my DMs, right? And we were just going down memory lane, and she was like, "Oh my God," she's like, she said, "You're so hot." She said, "You look like a Marvel superhero," right? And so the whole thing of, and the crazy part was, it had nothing to do with me wanting to get girls, right? Again, me being at ROTC, me playing football, and like I said, and me working out, I just simply wanted to be stronger. I just simply wanted to be a good soldier, right? And so seek first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added unto you. And so, guys, when Charles is giving this advice, right, you need to tie this to something you want for yourself personally, or a goal, and not to someone else, right? Because if someone else is your goal, right, and that's your idea of heaven, then all of the habits that you built up that made you successful may vanish, right? So you want other types of purposes and outlook. Don't let idol worship rob you of your destiny.
No, you gotta realize something. Every man's gonna have to go on this journey. I did. I'm pretty sure you did. And assalamu alaikum.
Yes,
And I did. Many other people did. When you went out for your search for God, who did you find? Yourself.
yes.
When you went out to a search to look for yourself, you found God.
Yes.
Why do you think God called himself in the traditional text? What did he call himself? The great what?
I am.
What does I am mean? It's a state of what? A state of what? A state of goddamn being.
Correct.
I am literally means I'm here. What does All Might say before he saves somebody? Never fear, because what?
All Might.
I am here. What does I am? It's a state of being.
Yes.
When Jesus said, when God was, I am, he meant it in two different fashions. I am God, or I am with God.
Yeah.
Either way, where was he safe? With me. What did He-Man say to the people in the Netflix series? There's no safe place that we can go. And what did he say? There is a safe place. What did he say, Sad Dog? Behind me.
Correct.
What's up, Hood Conservatives? Come on the panel, Hood Conservatives.
Oh man, shout out to the fucking conservative, man. My
Come on up,
homeboy
Hood
from
Conservatives.
Brooklyn. Yo,
You know, me and Hood Conservatives don't
y'all
always agree, but I love Hood Conservatives.
y'all haven't suffered the way me a hood conservative suffered. I'm so yeah. New York City in the late 80s and 90s will leave you jaded, man. If I could give hood conservative war medals, I would, bro.
Hey, I feel the same way about Baltimore.
Shout out to Fort.
I feel the same way about Baltimore, man. We're just a southern New York, just smaller. And
Yeah, man.
there's a reason why I keep telling the story of my son. Because my son, sometimes I'll be like, damn, what part did he get of me? So I look at him and he's like a goddamn Adonis. I was like, yeah, he definitely got that from me and his athletic ability, but he gets his forward thinking from me. And he asked me at 5 years old, which I think is so profound, Daddy, what's the difference between the good guys and the bad guys?
Mm.
And I knew he was not asking that as a 5-year-old, but he was asking a pretty profound fucking question. That is a profound question for a 5-year-old, is it not?
Yeah.
It's almost theological. And I had to look at my son. It took me 2 minutes to respond to him. And I said, son, to be quite honest, in my years of experience, because he's always been enamored about me being a soldier, even though he wasn't born yet, and also me being a cop. I said, this is the total difference between the bad guys and good guys. And nobody has ever debated me on this. The bad guys use human shields. The good guys are the human shields.
Mm.
And he was like, okay. And he got it. He just got it. And it was like, wow, really? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Because why would there's a sacrifice? Why did He-Man said the only safe place is behind me? People will always tell me, yo, you hate women. I said, excuse me. Where were you when I had to peel a woman from being choked by her husband in the basement and nobody else in the family gave a fuck?
Yeah.
Where were you when I had to bring a fucking elderly woman 3 flights of stairs because the gurney from the medics couldn't reach her?
Yes.
Where were you when you were sacrificing yourself when there was a knife-wielding maniac in the house and you said, guess what? I'll be damned if they die. If it's a good time to die, it's a good... Tell my stories and drink Hardy.
Yes.
Tell my stories and drink Hardy.
Well, the thing is, or what the disconnect is, right? Again, and this is why I bring it back all to God, right? So when women say that they're unprotected because they're disobedient, right? And to their credit,
I gotta stop you right there, Captain Jack. What's the first rule of protection?
That's what I said, man. A quintessential to protection is obedience, right?
There we go.
However, to their credit and to what you just mentioned, many of us have not established that moral authority to lead or guide them.
There you go.
So you know, so what you have to get out of this, or what the thing is that what a lot of women don't see is that a lot of the experimentation that we have conducted between the suffrage movement in the 1960s is inconsistent to who and what women are naturally. So men, I don't think, are opposed to women's rights, but what women, and hell, even black people as a whole don't understand is that you cannot achieve freedom and equality and simultaneously be a protected class.
No.
So once you pick up that sword and you become She-Ra, right? Once you take that lasso of truth and you become Wonder Woman, you're no longer a damsel in distress, right? shoulder to shoulder. We're both heroes and we're both champions, right? You put that power, once you get that power ring from whatever lantern core that chooses you, we are now contemporaries. We are now shoulder to shoulder. So you simultaneously cannot be the hero and the person who gets saved.
Yep. And I'm glad you said that, because my friend asked me, do you believe in equality? And I eloquently tell her, equality is the greatest lie we told our kids. I told my child, who's not a child anymore, he's 18, but he's my child, god damn it. He's my son, not my child. But if you want to be the best at EMT, you got to be just as insanely, divinely obsessed as you are about boxing. Nobody should know the dorsal, the metacarpals, the metatarsos better than you. Just like you can weave, you can read a person's body and hit him with an uppercut. It's no different. You're like your dad when he sparred. You're like your dad when he wrestled. I could read your body just by where you're going. I can make you go a place that you don't want to go. I've taught people how to send people to lands unknown and worlds unseen. Because when you're in shape, you don't give a fuck. But like I also told him, you have to be the master of your discipline. And what really is the category that we fail at is that She-Ra, going back to what you said, She-Ra and He-Man had different missions, but the same power. You are not my partner. Like my friend told me, well, I said, don't ever call me your partner. Last time I checked, you're not Jim the Anvil Neidhart, and I'm not Bret the Hitman Hart, and we're not the Hart Foundation, and we're not Faulkner, Moore, and Associates. We're not a law firm. You're not my partner. There's some things you can do that I can't. There's some things I can do that you can't. You're my complementary, which is a better term if feminism want to do it.
Yeah.
How does Prince Adam invoke the powers of Grayskull? Shout out, put your black fist in the air, everybody, because King Grayskull is a black man. It's canonical. It's canon. What did he say, Sandog?
What's that? For Grayskull?
What he wanted to invoke the powers of his ancestor, which is African spirituality, and put your black fist in the air because King Grayskull is a black man. What did he say? He said power. And what did She-Ra invoke?
The honor.
The honor. And women are supposed to do what? Protect the honor, the glory, and the image of her man and children. And Correct. This is what I ask every black woman. How good are you at protecting the honor, the glory, and the image of your men and children? And you'll get your answer why you feel you don't feel protected. Because women and children frolic as freely as the respect and violence as their men can produce.
Correct.
And if you can't, why do you think that we have a 21st century Monroe Doctrine going on as we speak?
Mm-hmm.
Because what can the United States do? We don't have soft power anymore, do we?
This is hard power, but we are laying pipe. Because even now, and this
pipe and wood to people.
When you talk about America first and prosperity, and that's what I'll try to say. So a lot of Americans don't understand where their prosperity comes from, and their prosperity comes from the leverage that we have around the world. Again, your ability to live in peace is tied to your ability to whoop somebody's ass. They're not mutually.
Say that against the Negroes in the back.
So when they say the lion shall lay with the lamb, it's not some magical thing like a lion or a lamb will change its nature. At least to me, it's tied to the fact that my ability to live in peace is tied to my ability to whoop somebody's ass. And that's why a lot of people And this is what I'm trying to say. So I've been able to move a lot of places in life because there will be people who will look at me up and down and decide that they don't want to try me. And so Charles was saying, so for a lot of black men, if you're out of shape or if you're looking physically weak and all of these things, people will look to try you. But if you have a certain look, so like for example, in the community that Charles and I are in, the guys have a certain look and we can spot each other, right? So I could look at somebody's knuckles, I could look at their ears, I could look at their neck, probably, oh bro, where do you train? I've been in plenty places, hospitals, whatever. I'll see a guy. Where do you train? Oh, I train here. Oh, yeah, man, I'm at UFC, or I'm at Gracie, or I train at 10th Planet, right? Or back when Dubai, we had Contender. That used to be one of our big gyms, KO, etc. Right? And so we're able, in that community, we're able to spot each other, right? God will look each other, dudes will look each other up and down like, yo, bro, where you train? Right? And so, and it's like, how did you know? And it's like, because we could spot each other. And so how you treat yourself, like I said earlier in the comments, is how everybody's going to treat you, right? In today's time, the real revolution is yourself. You are living in the age of Aquarius. And the funny part is that the age of Aquarius is the age of information and self-knowledge. So you'll say, so if you're going to exist in this age, you're going to yourself and the technological world that we're entering, right? So this is why discipline, and this is why what everything that Charles was mentioning was important. Seek first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things shall be added unto you. Jesus even said it, after me followed a man drawing water, and many people associate a man drawing water with Aquarius, right? And so now you're going to have to take all, so in the age of Aquarius, you're going to have to take everything you learn in the age of Pisces and actually apply it, right? So now you have to walk out of church. You have to walk out of the mosque. You have to walk out of the temple and build the actual temple, which is you, right? So you have to come out of these other ones and then come to the real temple, which is your own mind and body. Yeah. So are you there, Charles?
Oh yeah, I'm here. You got to remember that, shout out to the water benders, and you got to realize something. The first age we ever had was Aries, and why was Aries very important as the first age?
Yeah.
And people ask me, how can you prove Aries was the first age? How many wars did we have? When I go to the VA hospital, I have a good habit of telling everybody, thank you for your service. And what will they tell me in return? Thank you for yours.
Yeah.
When I was working armed security at the Apple store, one of the greatest honors were ever bestowed upon me. A 60s Army Ranger officer with his cane and his grandson walked over to me. He made it a point when he saw my Operation Iraqi Freedom, and he had his hat that said Vietnam Veteran Ranger, shook my hand, and that man had the power of Grayskull in his hand. You couldn't tell me this man wasn't in his late 70s, early 80s. Still had vigor and fire. Like, I bet you if I put a fucking rifle in his hand, he could still hit a fucking target 300 meters. Just happy. He said, welcome home, my brother. Not son, my brother. Have you noticed in the military and other endeavors, we don't call you son, we call you brother.
Yes.
Why? Because you're part of the brotherhood. Though I may not be still within the organization, I will forever remain a warrior.
Yeah.
My friend asked me when I was offered to be a firearms instructor in Iraq, and hold on for a minute.
Yeah. So while Charles is holding on, well, matter of fact, I kind of want to wait for Charles quick to make this point and let him know that I'll go after I make the next couple of points. But while we're waiting for Charles, right? Destruction is the precursor to creation, right? It's like I said,
Thank you,
these
Lord
things.
Barris. Thank you, Lord Barris. Before creation comes destruction. Keep going.
Yeah,
I'll fill my part after you.
yeah. And so this is what comes to structure. So again, so you got to remember, before God created what we are, right? Something else was destroyed in order to make us, right? It is the same thing, right? You know how even in the process of a rites of passage, right? You're going to destroy the boy, right? And then rebuild him as a man. So think about it. In nature, forest fires clear dead undergrowth, right? Allowing stronger ecosystems to grow. For human beings, right? Letting go of outdated beliefs, habits, or identities often precedes personal evolution. Remember in the Bible when it says, when I was a child, I spoke as a child, behaved as a child. But when I became a man, I let go of childish things, right? So that's
Mhm.
just necessarily a thing of age. That's a thing of development, right? Innovation. Old technologies become complete, enabling breakthroughs. Creative work. Artists often destroy drafts, sketches, or early concepts to reach a better final form. Cosmic scale. Stars explode in supernovae, scattering elements that become planets in life, right? And so, what does destruction do? It clears space, it releases energy, it catalyzes change, and then you come back stronger. So, it's the same thing, right? So, Charles is a bodybuilder guy. Sandog is a calisthenics guy. So whenever we go work out, what are you doing? You're tearing up your muscle, and then your muscle heals and it rebuilds. So Sandog wants to be one of those dudes that could grab a pole and hang on to it like a flag, right? So I want to be one of those dudes that could do pull-ups and flutter kicks at the same time, right? You know what I'm saying? That could do pull-ups and flutter on at the same time. And so in order to become a person, I have to destroy the guy that's sedentary, right? I have to let
Yeah.
that person go, right? And so and so I wanted, because my mind had skipped. And so even when you're looking at everything that's going on now, right? Men have always competed with each other for resources, right? So, do I support death? Do I support destruction? No, I believe that there's a better way for us to be able to do things. But remember, if you're American, right, you represent, I think, 4% of the world's population, but you enjoy the majority of the resources. So, you have a very comfortable lifestyle. So, you have to remember everything that's happening over here in my part of the world. So what's over here that's important? The Red Sea, right? And so now you have people that were being backed by a foreign entity, right, who were interfering with trade in the Red Sea. They were blocking the Suez Canal, right? And to block the Suez Canal is to impede $1 trillion trade network, right? To block the Arabian Gulf or the Strait of Hormuz is to impede a multi-billion-dollar trade network that facilitates the exchange of energy, agriculture, and technology. It is the center point of gravity of all of the world's trade, right? This is the Middle Earth, right? And to so here's the thing. Do you want to be a master of your own destiny, or do you want somebody else to be a master of your own destiny? And this is part of the reasons why men have clashed since the dawn of time, right? And so I'm just telling people to look at it from that type of perspective, right? Because remember, if you're going to put yourself first, you have to set the environment and the conditions for you to come first. That's not going to say because you've willed it, right? So I'll get into that conversation deeper another time, right? Until then, Charles, like I said, man, I'm gonna vanish, right?
Oof.
Hey, thank you for always letting me up. I
Oof.
hope I didn't hurt you, right?
And give
But
baby girl a hug and a kiss and say happy belated birthday from
I
Uncle
will,
Charles.
man. Thank you. Yeah, man, that's Daddy's cutie pie, man. So
Oh,
it was,
I know that pretty picture you got of her, man. She is adorable.
oh man, thank you. Thank you. So, man, and so that's it. And guys, remember, this is a rites of passage channel. And here's the funny part: the hero's journey is something that you will always go through. And so, for me, right, Charles is from. I'm 49, so my hero era has ended or is ending. So for me, I'm transitioning. I'm looking to become Uncle Iroh, Master Splinter, Jiraiya, Roshi, right? And for those of you who are looking for yes, I'm a pervert, right? Because if you watch Japanese anime, if your mentor ain't a pervert, you're not on the path to power, right? So
No, you
yes, so for all the dudes who are mad, like you always talk about the women. So did Master Roshi, and so did
Yep.
Jiraiya.
Yep. Guess what? I told this to my physics teacher. He was in his 60s. He said the one thing about being 60 and 15, you still got the same 30 thoughts.
Exactly. So again, so for guys who say it's all about the women, even in the rites of passage, when you see a lot of mentors, right, they still love the ladies, right? And so with that, us, right,
Us.
and remember, rites of
Woo!
passage. There's a hero's journey, and then for the hero, there's a time he becomes a champion, and then sooner or later, an elder, right? And then from an elder into an ancestor. So I'm gone. Inshallah, I'll talk to you guys soon, man. Peace and safe.
Allah blessings.
So,
I will say this to everybody. One thing about being the champion that I've noticed, because every man must be a champion. Okay, Kakashi to a certain extent. Because if you notice, Kakashi suffered a lot from post-traumatic stress from the wars. And he had to overcome that. One thing about being the hero's journey is that black men take their cues from their women too much. And this is the reason why I say men traditionally never got afraid of being older. Where the physical power may have waned, the spiritual and mental power became tremendous. But we learned you should still work out anyway, no matter how much you're getting older. This is part of the journey of being 40. This is the reason why in Japanese culture, 42 was more important than 21. You got to remember that I'll be 44 April 1st. I'm 21 twice plus 2 years, which means you've seen 2 adult lifetimes. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? You got to understand that for a lot of people, even some of my friends in their 30s, they were kids in school when 9/11 happened. I was already in the Army for 2 years. And they're like, wow. This is the homework I'm going to give every man, woman, and child listening to me. Shout out to Dollar Will in the building. I want y'all to listen to Ronnie Law's Every Generation and listen to the lyrics. Beautiful song, especially if you like contemporary jazz. Every generation of us lie. Because a lot of times we lie to give you hope. That's why hope is very careful. If you look at hope, the way Superman presents hope compared to most other characters, he does not lie about it. He talks about being the better man or woman about it. In the black community, prosperity gospel usually lies to people. What did they say in Superman 1? Well, Marlon Brando is Jor-El. They can be a better people if they choose to be. That's the metaphysical part about it. See, comic books, if you really gather your senses, are metaphysical. They touch not only a religious, a spiritual, physical, emotional being of you.
This is why so many of us connect with these characters greater than an imaginary level. And by the way, Loss, do you recognize the two people in the thumbnail? Do you recognize them? There's a reason why your character is very important in my story. Because look what happened, how the story shifted once your character came in. Guess who became the master now? Why do we fail? Because we never knew that we had purpose. Why do we fail? Because we're afraid to do so. We fail because we're afraid to train. We fail because we're afraid to try. We fail because we listen to those who are diametrically opposed to our being to say we are lesser than when we've always been greater than. That's why we fail. We spend more time listening to negativity than the people who are for us. I'd rather have 10 people for me and pushing me to be great than 1,000 people against me. Even in the Bible that said, if God is for us, who's against us? Who can stand against us? I'd rather have 10 good men than 100 good sheep. I'd rather have 10 great lions. See, a pack of hyenas will fear. A fear. 30 hyenas will take down a fucking full-grown lion. Let him call his brother. Let him call his man's. 2 full-grown lions? Oh no, they like, oh fuck this. When you got somebody loyal to you, fuck this. When you got somebody willing to die for you, not only die for you, but live for you, that is powerful. What did the Joker tell Harley Quinn in Suicide Squad? See, you know what the Can I go black pill again for a minute? Give me about 3-4 minutes. Can I go black pill? What's up, Andre? I need to go black pill again. I need to ask the permission of everybody here. Let's do me a favor. Share this motherfucker to people so I can get at least 50 people watching. Let's fuck this algorithm. Let's tell them we're stronger than what the fuck the algorithm says. Fuck this algorithm. Thank you, John, for liking my references. I'm going to break down shit for y'all in a metaphysical way. What did the Joker tell Harley Quinn when Harley Quinn said, I'll die for you? He said, no, that's easy. The hard part is, can you live for me? See, it's easy for you to lay down your life for me, but it's so difficult to live for me, to serve me, to obey me, to live for me, to represent me, to honor me, to glorify me, to show the world the image of me that you see within your own eyes. See, this is the reason why you, black man, have the issues that you have. Because the woman has always been taught that she's above you. But how can you be above something that protects you? Hello, 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 hello. How can you be above that protects you? Remember Superman 1 and that classic scene when Lois was when she fell out of the helicopter
And Superman, like a total fucking G, caught her and he said, I got you smooth as shit. A lot of y'all don't give Chris Reeves his credit because he made Superman smooth as a motherfucker in that movie, didn't he? He said, I got you. She looked around. You got me. Who got you? Why are you worried about who got me if I got you? Why are you worried who got me if I got you? I am literally God on earth, and you're worried about who got me when I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. And what did he do? Smooth, another smooth part. He caught the fucking helicopter with the other arm while still catching her. Lois Lane was fucking pissing waterfalls when she saw that shit. See, you got to understand something about women's psychology. This is the reason why I kind of wish that I would have put the film on the iPad, the phone, and caught some of the conversation me and cousin T-Taw had. And I wish Ron Wills was there as well. If you ever notice, I'm not lost in many conversations in this space. Okay, I could talk about religion. When I'm talking to Dr. Neil, I don't get lost in religion. As a matter of fact, majority of the time he agrees with me. When it comes to cultural studies, majority of the time Dr. T agrees with me. I'm not saying I'm on their level, but I can understand what they're saying. Even when I smoke cigars with Dr. Dunbar, I can understand what he says. Pharmacology is a combination of what? Chemistry and pharmacy, which is basically chemistry on another level, a subsection of such. I'm not lost in here. This is the part about being multifaceted. I may not be the master of it, but this is out of respect to Dr. T, Dr. Neil, and Dr. Dunbar. When there's something that's militaristic or law enforcement involved, guess who's the first motherfucker they contact? I'll let you answer that for yourself. And when I talked about Hegseth and everything they were going to do, I predicted everything. Shout out to Louis because he helped with that as well, as humble as he is. Biochemistry, pharmacy. Thank you, Namer. See, this tells you when I know women and I know how to seduce women, guess what? I can seduce women with just their smell. Why? Because women have a greater sense of smell. Did you know that? Why do you think Ron Wills agrees with me? Me and Ron Wills never had a difference in body game. He knows that I know. He knows that I can sit there with just a hint of cologne. And what does cologne do? It makes women come closer to you. They can see more colors on the spectrum. You know why? Because when men were hunter gatherers, we had to see more clarity. They had to see color because they were the ones who picked the berries and had to find out which berries were poisonous to the people. And by the way, so my boy, who said that about the cigars? I was gonna message you, man. I was gonna say, fuck you, it's not the cigars. It's just a residual cough of the flu. It's basically over. It's just residual stuff. So about a weekend, it should be gone. So you got to realize there's a reason why we see more clarity, because men had to see more clarity, because if we were traveling somewhere and you seen a man with a beard that posed a possible threat. They seen things in more color. Why? Because they had to say, hey, don't eat that because those berries are poisonous. I wish Eve would have said that shit, right? But oh yeah, it's Chance. Fuck you, Chance Rogers. But I love you, man. But I'm appreciated that you're worried about my health. The cigars are good. It's funny. I'm actually drinking more fluids to cough up the phlegm, the last remaining phlegm. So it's actually better that I cough it up than not do it. Oh, I've been getting all those medications. That's the reason why I can speak to y'all so clearly right now. Man, my son been pharmacist and alchemist with tea. That's the reason why this fucking flu hasn't been hitting me so hard. It's actually when you hear a person cough, that's actually really a good thing in many times because they're coughing it out. It may not sound that great, but it's actually good. No, this is actually the flu. Because when I smoke cigars, many of you don't know I'm smoking until I tell you. But this has been because of that new strain of flu. But you got to realize is that when you're going to have a lot of detractors coming up here, it's like pissing. You know, how do you get rid of alcohol? You got to piss and shit it out. That's why you take a good shit if you're drunk. You're not hungover anymore. Because you got rid of all those poisons and toxins. But at the same time, a good dose of alcohol will actually kill and actually expand your lungs. This is what people don't understand. But back to the Cousin T-Talk thing. When we were at the cigar lounge, shout out to Fire and Smoke. If anybody's in the Baltimore area, go up to Fire and Smoke and tell them Charles Faulkner sent you. Or as they call me, 2 bags, because I usually brought 2 bags. Usually it's my whole bag, because after I leave the cigar lounge, I'm going to somebody's house, or they coming to mine. If I got 2 bags, I'm usually going over their house. But it's good, black owned, black female owned, with her nephew. So, you know, and I'm mad as shit because when I really was sick with the flu, guess who came into the goddamn cigar lounge? Marlon fucking Wayne. You know, I'd have been stupid crazy. And by the way, Marlon Wayne should get a fucking award for his role on Bel Air, because you would think a guy who's been consistently in comedy roles, and the way he played Will's father on that one, that is a beautiful performance. And I like the way Bel Air portrays him. He may be hood, but he's not wrong. Even though Phil might be diametrically opposed to him, but even Phil had to bow down and say, hey, Marlon Wayans was at the cigar lounge. Yeah. There's a lot of celebrities who go to my cigar lounge when they have comedy or different things in Baltimore. Yeah. So you got to realize is that I could talk about the seduction of women. I could talk about it. Well, I'm well now. It's just breaking up little things. This is basically the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left. That's when you look at sickness. This is the 2 minutes. I'm good. I'm actually purposely drinking hot toddies to break this shit up. So that's why when you hear me cough, that means it's breaking up. So you got to think about it, right? When it comes to seduction, I never disagree with Ron Wills or Cousin Tita when it comes to body game. A lot of brothers, when they talk about the educated lane, guess what? You could be an educated brother in shape. You telling me You go to college and you see a dude built like a goddamn Adonis, and he's going for his master's degree. Bitches ain't trying to fuck him. Dude, he's a fucking breeding farm if he chooses to be. If there was no fucking social guilt on just having kids, he could have 30 kids. You telling me Pookie and Ray Ray can outfuck a guy in shape with education? Not in any fucking lifetime. Not in any lifetime. The only reason he probably gets more and has more children is because that educated guy has more respect for himself, and he knows that there's going to be more against him than it will be that Pookie. So let's get that shit out the break. Oh, the Requiem. So we got to be really, really specific when it comes to that shit. Because, I'm an educated Lang. Who's that guy that got the Super Bowl that's married to Sierra? Russell Wilson. Let's talk about that for a second. There is no professional athlete that's an educated Lang. Maybe a simp, but not an educated Lang. Let's look at this. This is how you know Russell Wilson is a cold, cold motherfucker. And I think it's about time somebody with a little bit more, and I can't even say that I have street vernacular because I'm very articulate, but I'm very Baltimorean. So, a couple more shots of this fucking hot toddy, I'll probably just tell you what it is. Fuck it. I'll tell you what it is. Hit that Cash App and that PayPal, people. Whoo! Look, this is how you know Russell Wilson is a cold, cold motherfucker, right? Russell Wilson told a bitch you can't fuck unless for a year if you want to break yourself to me. That is some fucking straight up pimp shit, okay? That is some pimp shit. Because a pimp does not control a fucking bitch through sex. He controls a bitch through his word and through his goddamn spiritual being. If you ever want a woman to fuck you senseless, you need to know how to talk to her subconscious. You need to fulfill her ever goddamn need. See, this is the part about performance. Because if you look at it, Sierra was more feeling him than he was feeling her. See, this is what you got to understand. And Dr. Dunbar will tell you, when he went to the restaurant and I'm sitting down where we were smoking cigars and we bought some food and some drink. Shout out to Dr. T because he listened and he got the Hennessy VSOP. You got to understand something. That man made that bitch break for him. He didn't break for that bitch. He took that whole year to talk to his accountant, talk to his dad, talk to his mom, talk to his boys. What does this bitch bring to my table? He didn't have to think what he did for her because he knows what he did. Sierra ain't make a goddamn song in 15, 20 years. He made her break for him. Going back to the Dr. T Cigar Lounge. Dr. T came out at the right time. It's called Immaculate Timing. When it was a chick who walked past me, pretty ass chick, who saw me in a fucking V-neck t-shirt, and I just came from the gym earlier that day before coming up there. She was just ennulled over what the fuck I look like. She was like, of course they're gonna ask stupid questions. You work out, obviously, but of course you're gonna downplay it. And she's like, "Oh my God, I love your arms." You know what Dr. Dunbar said? He said, "Dude, I went to my gym and he said, dude, just give me your workout program for arms. I got it." And next time I saw him, the next about 2-3 months later, that motherfucker added about an inch or two on his arms. Body game. I tell people this is my comic book theory. It's probably fact. If you have a comic book, do you want your average artist to be the cover artist, or do you want your best artist to be on that cover? Which one, folks? Which one? I'm gonna tell you, Lost. If you want bitches, start curling now. Start doing triceps and curls. Not only concentrated curls, but also hammer curls. And you do triceps. By the time you come to Baltimore to chill with your boy this summer, you want your t-shirt to look like it's about to goddamn explode when you put it on. It will still fit your body, but your arms will. I'm gonna tell you how much I was doing curls, and this wasn't for looking good. This was just keeping up with the wrestlers. You do your pull-ups and your chin-ups and your dips and your concentrated curls and your hammer curls because because bi means two, so you're hitting 2 points of the head of the bicep. Tri means three, so guess what? You got to do your close grip bench press, your close grip push-ups, and your tricep extensions. So I want you to think about this, right? Back to the comic book theory. Or not even theory, it's what it is. You want your best artist on it. So what does that mean? You got to look your best self. Just like when Shorty, I was with Sunday, said, that's shallow. Let me tell you how arrogant of a person I am. I told Shorty, walk around this goddamn restaurant, look at all the men, and then come back and look at me. She's like, well, there's Asian men in the corner. Are they still men? Go look around and see who looks better than me. You know what the fuck she told me, folks? You're the best motherfucking looking person in this fucking room as a man. I know this. I just wanted you to find out the hard way. Since people say that I'm an arrogant bastard, I want you to find out the hard way. I said, so with that being seen, look at all the women in the room. Is there any woman in this place I can't pull? She said, no. You're not even 40 yet. You got three to four more years before you're 40. I'll be 44 in April. What does that tell you? What does that tell you of where I stand? And she said, damn, you got a point. So now we're going to go back to the comic book theory. If you hear anybody else use the comic book theory, folks, you already know where it started from. And I want you to go in that chat and say, you a thief and you're a motherfucking liar, and give fucking credit to the person who came up with that shit. You're going to put either your best artist in the book or your second or third best artist in that book. But you damn sure going to put your best writer in there, which means what? That motherfucker going to have word game. He knows how to talk. That dialogue is going to be immaculate. Okay? The best stories, think about it. Y'all remember the animated fucking movie Superman versus the Elite? You want to know a secret? That whole movie was only one issue in the comic books. That's how good the story was. That's how good the story was. So, if you got the ability to do what? Tell a good story in less than 32 pages, you get anybody. Remember, women are visual, maybe not totally as visual as men, but very close. But guess what? You told them a good story because women are the mistresses of what? The emotional and the spiritual. We're the masters of the mental and the physical. If you look good, but you could tell a good story to a woman and you can fuck up her OODA loop, you got her. All I got to do is just keep talking to you. A buddy of mine who's a black belt in jiu-jitsu said this saying, when you fight a jiu-jitsu artist, guess what? You're walking into your own destruction. That's the same mentality I have when it comes to talking to women. Don't let me talk to you for 10, 15 minutes. Because if I make you laugh, I got you. If I make you inquisitive, I got you. Even if I make you debate me, I got you. Why? Because you're not used to this. You're not used to the total package. Shout out to Lex Luger. You're not used to a man who's as physical as me with the intellectual prowess as me. She who will not be named always said, "You are the most dangerous man I've ever met because God damn it, your body looks good, but God damn it, you're intellectual. Your intelligence is so sexy and attractive." When you have a woman moan off of your intellectual prowess, you are the master of the fucking world. But yet, I hate women. I hate women. But yet, women have a greater sense of taste and smell than you, but you niggas still didn't invest in good colognes. Summertime's coming. Guess what? You should smell like pineapples at night. If a woman doesn't come up to you and you're wearing, I could even give you certain scents that smells like the $400 bottles. I'm not going to put them out in the open because guess what? That's going to make them fucking more expensive. Hold on, folks. I got to take care of something. 2 minutes. I'm back. You got to understand something when it comes to hand to hand combat. Basic wrestling, basic boxing, basic ground fighting. Muay Thai is very wonderful as well because with those 3 to 4 arts, I could dictate where I want to be on the ground or standing up. Now, back to what I said. If I showed you a bottle of a fragrance that is the closest fragrance to Creed Aventus, which, trust me, if you wear Creed Aventus, I had a bottle of that shit. You want a bitch to damn near strip you in front of people? Wear something similar to Creed Aventus. With that pineapple smell, especially when it's getting warmer, and that night air carries it, you're going to attract females to your attention. I've been in cigar lounges where females is like, "Oh my God, what the hell you got on?" If it's more powerful than a cigar, guess what she's going to do? It's going to bring her closer to you. But I don't have game. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know how to talk to women. I hate women, but I slept with almost 400, probably over now, women. I'm gonna ask the fellas in the chat. How many of you motherfuckers are working out? How many of you fellas are working out? Here's another thing. How many of you fellas can do some type of mechanical or actually carpentry work? Yep, Tom Ford, wood, ood. That's a powerful motherfucker right there. How many of you, the Smollett, yeah, he should be. But how many of you guys can do mechanical work, change a tire, fix a little thing? I'll tell you a little story. Anybody who knows me, there's 3 times you don't disturb me. When the Ravens are playing, when there's a damn good UFC pay-per-view on, and when I'm probably live casting or, like now. So my ex at the time, my girlfriend at the time, when me and my father went out to the house to check on her, told her don't drive your car until you get the alternator fix. Of course, she had to call me Sunday. I'm stuck with my dad, and I'm like, "You're with your dad. He can't fix it." Thank God for the power of iPad. That's why I was watching the game safely while I was driving, in case some of you motherfuckers say something. And took my tool bag out, trying to see. He's leaving the depot now. Came out there to see what's wrong. Noticed her alternator was stuck. So I took a hammer and beat that shit like Mighty Thor 4 times. Shit came on. A few hours later, about 3 or 4 hours later, she comes to my house with 3 plates, 2 plates of food, 1 plate of dinner. And she's in a trench coat with heels. And she's wearing nothing but a smile and a set of double D's and an ass. No waist. And she fucked me like back child support, unpaid mortgage, and a forgotten car note. Know how to be handy. Know how to be handy. This is the part where I tell people to be the quintessential multifaceted man. I am not afraid to talk about, hey, who I voted for. I'm not afraid to talk about politics, economics. I may not know it all because, my specialty is more in history and law enforcement and military science. But I'm not lost in any conversation. And this is what I tell a lot of you fellas out there. Well, if you do construction, you work out. But the patriarchy, I know, babe, the patriarchy. You got to understand that when a female knows that you can protect, fix, and do other things, she's putty in your hands. There's a thing about having a little bit of arrogance about you. He knows he's cute. He thinks he's cute. He knows he's sexy. He's got the moves that drives the girls wild. Any of my pro wrestling fans know that I was singing anyway, so shut up. So you have to have a little arrogance, not overbearing arrogance, but a little arrogance about you. You think you all that. When a black female says you think you all that, she knows you're all that. That's basically what she's telling you. It drives the girls wild to get the booze that really grooves. I like the Sensational Sherry version because I like a bitch singing that to me. He's just my sexy boy. Yeah, sing it. Oh yeah. When you have shout out to Chad because he had me thinking the other day. On a side note, who's the best wrestler to have the open wing belt? I do agree with him. It's Bret Hart and Hulk Hogan look great with it. So did Macho Man. But nah, I like the sensational Sherry just a tiny bit better because I want a bitch to say that to me. Um, you got to realize something. A little bit of arrogance goes a long way because a female will try to make you think that you can't live without her. You should never be afraid to check a female on her bullshit. Sometimes, sexy Kurt. Oh my goodness, not sexy Kurt. Um, a female really, really do want a man who could check her, stand on his square, and don't give a fuck if she walks away. Okay? There's many times your boys never slept with women and walked away from them. And they will still fucking find you. As a matter of fact, you will have females, and I'm such an arrogant prick. Shout out to Ashley. Your little long leg, fine ass. I think Ashley might even be taller than me. She might be closer to. She's about 5'9", like 5'11", 6 foot. But God, Ashley's fine as fuck. She played college basketball, long ass legs. Oh God, it's this one picture that I have of her because I have this Kakashi from Naruto's sweatshirt, and she got that on, and she had like a short dress, like a short skirt, so you couldn't. Jesus, I'm. So all you seen was her legs and shit. Ah, the way that night ended, we were eating fried wings and sushi. Oh my god. And we were drinking the whole night too. Good God Almighty! I'm surprised I didn't have another kid. Whew! Them long legs, boy, they wrapped around me like fucking Doc Octopus's tentacles. That's why argument sex is amazing. You goddamn right. I ain't gonna lie to you. The first time we did it, it was not that great on my behalf, man. I must have had an off night. The second time, I was giving Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart fucking WrestleMania performances, god damn it. I was giving you the fucking TNA, AJ Styles, Kurt Angle shit, okay? That type of shit. I was giving you Ricky the Dragon Steamboat versus Ric Flair and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat versus Macho Man shit. Yeah, that motherfucker. You couldn't deal with my ass that night. Man, that fucking VSOP had me running like the Ultimate Warrior and Hulkamania at the same goddamn time. Woo! But no, in all seriousness, you got to have a little audacity, a little arrogance. And it was funny because you got to feel a certain way about yourself. And black men are usually taught to do what? Tamp yourselves down. You dress well, you look well, you smell well. You're pretty much 75% the way there. Second time around, huh? I was more like Donnie Hathaway. Back in love again, you know. But oh man, shit. What was the one? I keep forgetting the number of her butterfly. But a lot of brothers out there think they supposed to get the baddest bitches, but you smell like a basement. You got a chin beard with the beard not connecting on your fucking on your fucking cheeks, but underneath your fucking shit. You're not in the best of clothing. I'm not saying you gotta wear the king's fucking shit, but you gotta at least accessorize a little bit. You gotta be what you want the world to see. You gotta be in the gym. I'm not saying you're gonna be up there looking like fucking you know, Michael B. Jordan is Killmonger or Creed, but shit, get to the best that you could do. And I think that's what scares black men is that when they successfully do something like that, it fucks them up in such a way where, oh my God, not Popeyes. Let's not play that. Try to make some money off this shit. But there's some shit that I think there's things that people need to really strive to say, hey, where am I in this fucking equation? Where am I caught in this equation? A lot of you niggas need to invest in some songs too. Play Just Us with Maze featuring Frankie Beverly. Sweetest Taboo. And Smooth Operator by Sade. Teddy Pendergrass. Come on along with me. Come on over to my place. Of course, Love TKO. It's kind of funny to me. That's actually a breakup song, but how many people got impregnated by that song? Listen to Stevie Wonder's These Three Words. Oh, I know some songs, boy. If you want to get down for a minute. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm an 80s baby who was listening to 70s, 80s, and 90s R&B. Good God. I even like Smooth Strawberries, okay? If that shit kind of low-key turned me out on a small note, that song kind of low-key turned me out, okay? When she said, find some goodies on aisle 69, it took me a day to be like, and this is in high school. I was like, oh. I was like, okay, I'm a little turned out now. Okay. If I knew that joke then is just a 13, 14 year old, okay, I'm a little turned out now. I gotta admit that. But you have to understand some things. Oh, sexual healing, of course. Let me see. What's also another one? Monifa. What song is it? God damn, I can't think of the song title. Earth, Wind, and Fire Loves Holiday. After the Love Is Gone. Ooh, Lord. Make sure you're wearing protection because you're going to shoot the club up. I mean, it's going to be like Delta Force or SEAL Team 6 ran up in that bitch. I Can't Help It, Michael Jackson. Southern Girls. Oh God. Shit. Flowetry. You can't do Flowetry, man. Flowetry will make you fuck straight lesbians, man. Don't do that. Ugh. Oh, there's some songs that are just dangerous, man. Super dangerous. Excuse me. Don't worry, your boy's getting better. Don't worry, your boy's getting better. I can't it's kind of hard to think of some shit. I gotta look at my goddamn archives of music because shit. All Around the World, Lisa Stanfield, and Barry White. Always and Forever, Heat Wave. Bad Habits, Maxwell. Oh, that Quincy Jones and The Garden. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Lost, don't you play these goddamn songs? Don't you be like, hey, Unc, you got a great nephew coming out. Oh, fuck, man. Don't fucking do that. Oh, these chicks like getting pounded. What's that Glorilla song they getting fucked to now? Oh my God, these chicks are disgusting now. I feel sorry for the young people. These chicks don't even like love songs. They like local fucking trap rappers and shit. God damn. Even something by Maxwell will get you some draws back in the day. Honey, dear, oh my God, he was smooth as shit when he came out. Oh, you gotta go Bobby Caldwell. What you won't do for love. It took me into my 30s to realize that was a white guy. What you won't do for love. One song. Anytime I'm gonna challenge anybody who comes to the harbor with me this spring and summer when it's warm. I'm gonna give you a homework assignment to notice how all the females react when I play this song at the harbor. Mint Condition, Breaking My Heart, aka Pretty Brown Eyes. Oh my God. I remember I played this shit at BlurCon one time and I had all the bitches' hearts melting. Shit. Oh shit. Can't Let Go. Earth, Wind and Fire. Maze, Can't Get Over You. Oh my God. Damn. If a chick ever play "I Apologize" by Anita Baker, oh, she might be a keeper. I'm just gonna low key tell that. Okay, I got a confession, everybody. One of my earliest imprints was Patrice Rushen. You Remind Me. That album cover with the braids. Oh my God. I wasn't into girls, but I wanted her, man. Oh my God, that was sinful. I don't know what the fuck it was. Honestly, to this day, I don't know what it is. She's a short little 5'10" lady. Real love. Ugh. When Patrice Rushen on that cover with the braid, she had me when I was a 6-year-old boy. I was like, God, if I found that one, I'm happy. Shit. If so happens I get a girlfriend who wear them braids and she look as close to Patrice Rushen on that cover, even your boy might be like, yo, might have to hang this coat up. Ooh, Jesus. God damn, I'm kind of impressed. I will admit, that's one of my imprints. That is a hard thing to say. That's one of my imprints. That Patrice Rushen cover was one of my early imprints. I can't do it, man. Oh. Another classic song, Tender Kisses. Oh my God. For such a rough and tender man, I Jesus Christ, I listen to a lot of love songs. Tender kisses, don't go away. Yes, I remember when that was when that was on Family Matters too. Oh, that was a time to be alive. You got that feeling. You got that feeling. Shout out to Maze. There's a Smokey Robinson song that I always love, and I play it on my car all the time. No, that means that tells you how beautiful of a woman she is, and she's bald, and she can actually rock that hairstyle. If she's bald and she's still attractive, that means she's a very beautiful woman. What was I saying? Smokey Robinson song, Tell Me Tomorrow. Boy, if you listen to the lyrics of some of these songs, our parents and grandparents weren't shit. Cruising is a good one. If you got a man, tell me tomorrow. Tell me tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Tell me tomorrow. Oh my God. I shouldn't have been listening to some of these songs as young as I was. Just to be close to you, Valentine Brothers. Love injection, always on my mind. That's the only love that takes me fine. Oh boy, another song that is lethal in the collection. Deborah Laws, who's the sister of Ronnie Laws, Very Special. Oh my God. Black pill moment. Love Train is always good, but don't even talk about LTD Love Ballad. Anybody who knows about Deborah Laws, Very Special, tell the youngins how dangerous this shit is in the chat. Aqua Dragon never learned to swim. Whoa, Baltimore, stand up. Another fellow Baltimorean. Boy, I'm going to need you, Aqua Dragon, to come down to the harbor this summer and this spring, because we smoking them and drinking them. Whoa! We might even bring a grill down that bitch. Somebody bring some steaks and some burgers. God damn it. Some Polish sausage, motherfucker. We Oh shit, I might even play I got the bird flu. I'm tired of selling I'm selling scrambled cookies. I'm not gonna lie to you. The dance and the lyrics to that shit is hard as shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just can't lie to you. He was like, I was home at Christmas. It's too cold to go to the harbor at Christmas. Oh man. These three words. Golden Spirit. Oh man, there's some songs, man. What's another one? Oh man. We Are One by Maze. When Frankie hit that goddamn note. Damn. Shout out to my girl some more. She gave Frankie his flowers. Yeah, even when he was not doing so well health wise, that's Black America. That's the Black America I know. We still show up for our heroes and salute them. Man, I might bring a goddamn grill or some shit. I might come out there early, bring a grill and eat some food, or bring an electric grill. I'll be like, yeah, buddy, yeah, yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sing that happy feeling. Oh yeah, Cameo. Oh, you can never go wrong with Cameo. Mm. I choose you. Oh, look at y'all coming out with the lyrics. That slow it. Oh, look at that shit. Look at that shit. Oh man, I will tell you the one of the few times in my life a woman caught me blushing is a chick that I dated who can actually sing, and she sung Anita Baker's "Angel" to me. God damn, you talk about catching me off point. Mm. Oh, you try to you. Whoa, that was if that laugh didn't tell you how I was caught off point. I mean that tells you. Oh boy, oh boy, I was definitely caught off point. Oh man. Um, Flowers blooming, morning dew is the easy place to stay. We're together, all together, true and gay. Easy living. Oh, make it last forever. Come on now. Keep sweat, make it last forever, ever. Oh, we forgot about his role badness. Prince. Diamonds and pearls. Mm. Mm. This is the beautiful thing about being an early millennial with parents who were boomers. You got to listen to some good ass music, man. If your parents are here or not here, guess what? Take a glass of water, glass of cognac, vodka, whatever, fruit juice, Kool-Aid. For those who are not here, salute them and say thank you. And if they're there, give them a call, and if you're close, give them a kiss. Thank them. We are blessed as black millennials to actually love that shit. Oh my god. Y'all about to make me god damn it. Y'all about to make me cut my big speak on, man. Uh, well, you got to think certain songs invoke a different reaction out of me. So, Diamonds and Pearls will feel a different with me because Diamonds and Pearls was the first time it was playing the first time my parents made me give this girl this Valentine's Day card. So it was a special place in my heart when I was a little boy. You know, they were trying to make me this young gentleman and shit. They succeeded 75% of the way. Hmm. Mm. What was another great song? Even though Heat Wave, I always loved them for Groove Line and Boogie Night. Ain't no doubt we are here to party, Boogie Night. Set this bitch on fire. That's what me and my parents always say. We always say set this bitch on fire. Um, what's another song? Always and Forever. Ain't no half stepping. Some of my favorites. shit. What's the one song with Rufus and Shaka Khan? Special, very special type of love. God damn, I love that song. There's certain, if you hang around me in the harbor at the summertime, do me a favor, bring bottles, bring beers here. I'm bringing a speaker. We're not leaving anytime soon, so you might as well get comfortable, niggas and my niggerettes. Because we playing hip hop, we playing R&B, soul. We're going through the gambit, okay? We're gonna hang like some grown ass folks. Of course, forget me nots. Oh my god, that's one of my greatest weaknesses. Oh my god, like I had to really figure this shit out when I was a kid. Like a woman with a beautiful smile, you can be beautiful, but not every woman has a beautiful smile. You get my drift. So if you could be a 5 or 6 or 4 with a beautiful smile, and because you have a beautiful smile, you had me. You had me like that. Patrice Russian smile had me. I mean, there's a lot of women who got digged down immaculately by me because of their smiles. So you better be thanking Patrice Russian because you got rumshamboed. Okay. Chuck, why aren't you talking about the war in Iran? I talked about that earlier, man. Why are you so fucking late? I already told you that it's a long time coming. And I think it's going to be, hopefully, it's a short, tenure. But I already talked about it was a long time coming as a veteran. This is the reason why when I come on, you got to come early because I talked about that way earlier, like hours ago, man. You got to understand something. This was a long time coming because I'm a veteran of foreign war and these motherfuckers were fucking funding people who did IEDs and all kinds of shit and people who got hurt that I personally know. So it was a long time coming for the Ayatollah Khomeini. It was the same thing how I felt about Osama bin Laden. There are some motherfuckers I know in New York. Hell, Josh and Terrell are New Yorkers. They were there during 9/11. There are people that they were related to who died because of that shit. It was a long time coming. People will say, what about the ramifications? Sometimes you need to put a foot up somebody's fucking ass. Will there be boots on the ground? Who knows? It's a 50-50 coin toss. 50-50 coin toss. We never know. I mean, they put like fucking 900 fucking bombs in that bitch, so shit, what's left? I mean, I already know what it is for. The same thing was for Venezuela. But I'll say one thing: I'm not sad about the Ayatollah Khomeini being bombed the fuck out of his shit. When you supported death to America and death to American soldiers, and remember, we weren't even at war with people, and you were saying this shit, and you plotted and you supported people who did acts of terrorism. Fuck you, okay? Fuck you. It's the same thing I feel about Chris Noir. And I love Chris Noir back in the day. Guess what? When people died, only one of them motherfuckers had a choice in the matter. The greatest top 5, maybe top 3 in-ring performer of all time. But as a human being, fuck you. It's one thing if you would have took yourself out because you had some mental illness. You don't take it out on the wife and kid. There are some situations I will coach you. I'll leave my number in the chat and be like, walk the fuck away. Unless he's trying to physically harm you at that moment, that's one thing. But if you have a chance to walk away, walk the fuck away. I mean, guess what? You think I don't got CTE? I wrestled. I wrestled fucking freestyle, Greco, folk style. I boxed. I did MMA. You think you're the only motherfucker? How come Junior Seau had the fucking decency to kill himself? James Tony, Evander Holyfield, they ain't going murdering people. Oh, 12 play was vicious so long ago. So, when I talk about the war shit, some of y'all need to get on this fucking shit early because I already told you my thoughts about it. The only difference is us as millennials, we had some gumption, we had some fight in our system, we had some giddy up. Some of these fucking Gen Zs, yeah, they may be brave when it comes to women, but when it comes to defending the country, they ain't shit. I'm not gonna say all of them, but a good amount of them. And how do I know this? Because guess what? Guess who raised them to be soft? This is the reason why when women talk about we can do, no, you cannot. If you want to raise good men, get them from under your fucking skirts. Why do you think young men got to the point of actually coming near me? And it took me a while to realize this. Why did young men want to gravitate towards me? Because they were treated like fucking men. This is the bad part. You don't even respect your young men to give them spaces. Hold on for a second. Everybody's been in deployed status since 2002. There's softness, but then there's unnecessary downy fucking soft. Okay? It is my job as everybody's forefather, uncle, whatever. Guess what, Namer? We're old enough to be fucking grandparents, apparently. So you're telling me that I don't get a chance to talk about the softness, the downy fucking laundry soft that we produced? Yes, I don't have a problem with fucking the enemies of America being bombed the fuck out of their fucking country. If you're saying death to me, let me break this down to a bunch of motherfuckers real quick. Where are you, T Riddler? You still there, T Riddler? I'll talk about this for a little bit. See, this is what kills me. And I'm not talking about you, but this is what kills me about people. People will talk about supporting Ukraine and Israel, but nobody will talk about Iran, who's been saying death to America for fucking 55 years. This let me know, and I'm not talking about you because T really you're my boy. Because you're not insulting me, you're just asking a question, and I know the difference. But I'm just talking about the naysayers and all the ne'er-do-wells. And you know this because you're a teacher. Get the likes up, people. Please do get the likes up. Oh, what's up, Roy? I forgot to make you a fucking moderator too. And I'm gonna need your moderators because this spring and summer I'm gonna go harder than harder than Viagra dick in this motherfucker. I'm an ignorant bastard, so I'm gonna say some ignorant shit sometimes, so you gotta forgive me. Look, I'm gonna say this. I had friends. What's up, Tunnel? I'm gonna say this. I had friends who were fucking hit by mortars, who were paid for by motherfuckers in Iran. Fuck that motherfucker. Fuck him and every generation he produced and every generation that produced him. I had good men and women who I loved dearly in the service who were fucking hurt or killed by this motherfucker's support. I have no fucking qualms about that motherfucking dog. Piss on him. Piss on him. The same way I said when I was with my ex and her daughter asked me, "What do you think about Osama bin Laden?" The words that came out of my mouth was immediate. May he rest in eternal piss. Terrorists and people who use terror. What did I say earlier, folks, about the difference between the good guys and the bad guys? What did I say about the good guys differentiating from the bad guys? Okay? There's a lot of good Jewish people, Christian people, and Muslim people that died under that fucking regime. Fuck them all. Fuck him. There's a good bunch of Jewish people, Christian people, and Muslim people who died under his unfair regime. Fuck him. Somebody had the balls to do it. Somebody had to get rid of evil. As much as people say about America, there's people who still eat and live today because we fucking fed them. Say what you want about America, but I can say this about my legacy. I liberated motherfuckers. I want somebody who's been listening this whole entire time. What did my son ask me for a question? What did my son ask? That tells you how I feel about Iran on a personal level. See, it's one thing when BGS gives his thing, and I respect the master teacher, love him. But there's another, and yes, I know there's ramifications that play against it. But there's another way. As a guy who's been a soldier, and you find out where these fucking bombers came from, where they've been trained, funding them, who's been fucking supporting them, and they fucking tear apart the arms, limbs, and sometimes lives of people you fucking personally know. May he rest in shit and piss for eternity. People like Hitler, Osama bin Laden, and the Al-Qaeda and Khomeini. The only thing that's more satisfying if I was the motherfucker to hold the knife or pull the trigger my goddamn self. Go ahead, YouTube. Say something I said wrong. I'm a fucking war vet. Tell me what I said wasn't correct. Go ahead. We'll do a class action lawsuit against my First Amendment rights. The problem with the modern day world is we are not good stewards of ridding the world of fucking eternal evil quickly. There, I said it. Anybody who came before me or during my time as service as a police officer and soldier, as a professional soldier, and after me, your job is to rid the world of fucking evil. No kid on any four corners of this earth should fear poverty, should fear warfare, should fear hunger? I want somebody to answer this question for me. What was the question my son asked me when he was young, about 5 years old? If y'all paying attention, what was that question he asked? See, this is how I know people are paying attention. Is it going to create some type of vacuum? Probably, even though he probably has his son or some other cleric in power, but it's not going to be the same as a person who's been there for 50 years. My son asked me, what's the difference between the good guys and the bad guys? I need somebody to put that in the chat for time memorial. And I told him, after giving about 2 minutes thought, the difference between the good guys and the bad guys is the bad guys use human shields and the good guys are the human shields. And last time I checked, people in my ilk, we've been shielding motherfuckers for decades, if not centuries. If anything, thousands of years. That's what makes a man a hero. Are you a human shield or are you using a human shield? I've seen people run out of the house with an armed person, and I've seen people cover their bodies from a guy with a gun from a kid they didn't know fucking 3 seconds early ago. You want to tell me what a fucking hero is? A hero is a person who's laying everything on the line up to the cost of his life. He or she. He or she. Because, yes, we do have some females in law enforcement, EMT, paramedic, firefighters. Yes, combat arms are open for females, but you don't really have any females in combat arms like that. I've dated a chick who had to shoot a motherfucker. Hell, the shorty who I was with, she had to shoot a motherfucker because the dude tried to stab her with a syringe filled with some type of liquid. And when I told her, I said, good job. Because if you would have got stabbed with that shit, you don't go home to your kids. He would have got your gun and he'd have fucking been a terrorist. Good job. I know you feel a certain way about it. Good job. Fuck him. Fuck him. See, we need to give credit to where credit's due. See, people want to see the black pill in me. The black pill says you eliminate fucking evil. I'd be damned if a motherfucker like Jasmine Crockett, Mitch McConnell, or some other motherfucker who never did any service tell me what it feels like to be honorable and protect people. You think if Charles Faulkner Jr. was president of the United States, you think me and Vladimir Putin would not get along? We probably get along more than what most people think. Yeah, I remember that scene. See, a lot of people don't know something about being a soldier, about being. See, I keep telling people this first world country living keeps a lot of people from being attuned to the real world and nature. This is the reason why your women can say they don't need a man. Good. Good. Don't argue with a stupid motherfucker. Where are you, T. Riddler? I want you to go tell people this. Not you, not saying you're doing it, but go tell people stop arguing with a stupid motherfucker, male, female, black, white, or different. Hell, we probably be in a gym somewhere. Wrestling, boxing, doing MMA, judo, jiu-jitsu, laughing about it, probably get some cognac and some vodka, some cigars. We probably have a big ass peace treaty. You know why? Because we got away from manliness. We love Obama, but would you pick Obama in a fight to have your back? What happened to that rugged man? See, this is the reason why the black community is a shit show. Because where's the rugged men of the black community? It ain't the thug. The thug ain't your warrior class, because the warrior class is actually intelligent. Any dumb biddy or any dumb negroid that tells you the thug is the warrior class is a fucking idiot and a moron. And you tell them Charles Faulkner said so. Because there's no warrior class in history that were a bunch of dumb motherfuckers. The warrior class was actually the fastest class to get to education and prosperity. I want somebody who's well learned and degreed. Check my facts, and I'm pretty fucking accurate. Like, share, subscribe, and donate to the channel, please. And this ain't shitting on T. Riddler. That's my boy. He just asked a question. I'm just passionate about the answer. It ain't nothing directed towards him. I'm actually happy he did it because guess what? This is the multifaceted. This is probably the longest time I've talked without anybody being on the goddamn panel in a while. And I think I'm doing a pretty damn good job keeping motherfuckers entertained and informed. So when people ask me personally, do I know that it can have some ramifications? Yes. Yes. But fuck that motherfucker. Some motherfuckers just need to go. Some people need to punch their ticket to hell or heaven quicker than we thought. But Charles, what about world peace? Sometimes world peace is developed by taking an ugly motherfucker out. And I'm not talking about looks, I'm talking about behavior. When you say death to people, and I'm not trying to do shit to you, but just live my life, fuck you. Notice, how long ago did I talk about black women? Huh? 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 How long ago did I talk about black women? I talked more about the sanctity of fucking masculinity and what's the difference between a fucking hero and a villain. Remember, a lot of people will come to this space and think we're not multifaceted. I dare somebody to come to me right now and try to tell me something. There's a reason why people come to my channel, because I'm one of the goddamn most honest people. Maybe I have great intellect when it comes to speaking about multiple subjects, but I'm not smart enough to shut the fuck up about some of them. That's my greatest flaw. My friends used to say, hey, you look so great that if you just shut your mouth, you get any pussy you want. Maybe because I respected myself so much, it didn't even fucking matter. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. If people don't like me because I have an opinion, if people don't like me because I spread facts, then fuck them. I didn't need them in the first place. This is the reason why spaces like this are very important. Not just for giving and giving information, but sharing it. There's many different people who live many different walks of life within this country and outside this country alone. This tells you how greatly appreciated and vast this place is when you have people from their early 20s to damn near 70, 80 on these platforms sharing knowledge together. This tells you how powerful we are. White boys couldn't make this movement. White boys couldn't make this move. White boys couldn't make this movement. It took black men to do it. This lets you know when you hear them goddamn Africans say that black people don't have culture. Why does your kids dress like us and we don't dress like you? Hello. Hello. We don't have a culture, but your kids don't dress like you anymore. Your kids don't dress like you. And she slept with goddamn to get ahead. You're a dumbass if you're just going by Wikipedia. By the way, you still didn't answer my question. How long have your ancestors been in America? No, this country was not built on the backs of immigrants. It was built on the backs of black people who were born here. So, once again, how long have your ancestors been in this fucking country? Stop giving me this propaganda bullshit and give me some real fucking answers. Just like you being a Kamala Harris fan of an incompetent dumbass who was never presidential in the first place. Her own party didn't even have faith in her. Why did you think that the same people that funded Black Lives Matter funded her campaign? Why the fuck would I vote for a president that fucked up over $2 billion of campaign money and I'm supposed to fucking believe that she's going to support an economy and she went in debt after $2 billion? You are fucking ridiculous at this point, young man. Excuse me, I'm watching my Facebook. But I got a bunch of these fucking tethers. And no, Namer's not a tether. You know what the difference between a tether is? A motherfucking blackface who has other ideologies. Namer is downright black. He's probably blacker than some black people born as a descendant of slaves. At least he supports us. But if you're trying to compare Condoleezza Rice to Kamala Harris, you're a dumbass. What fucking immigrants did we build this country on? Black Americans are not immigrants. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How the fuck can we be an immigrant in our own country of origin? Last time I checked, it was black Americans who came over and fought for Ethiopia because they said, what? Those are our people. We fought your wars for your people. Let us fight for our fucking people. Thank you. Thank you. There's a reason why Pan Africanism started in America and not Africa or the Caribbean. As much as I like to support young black men going into the service, we got to ask ourselves, how much discipline did we instill into these young black men in the first place? Question mark. Hopefully we can instill discipline through military service, but guess what? Like learning, it all starts in the home first. Don't worry, folks. I'm multitasking. I'm entertaining you and I'm giving everybody on Facebook the work of God, the God of war. Don't you ever let no fucking tether. I don't give a fuck if they're Caribbean, African, British. I don't give a fuck if they're Aborigine. Tell you that America was started and built by fucking immigrants. You lying motherfucking sacks of shit. Oh, he pissed me off with that one. Now you're being totally disingenuous saying it was built by immigrants. Because this American descendants of slaves are not immigrants. They were born here. Stop the lies. Because you're full of bullshit if you're going to try to convince people that immigrants built this country. Don't ever insult my fucking people. I got respect for anybody in the diaspora, but don't you insult my fucking people. I can say shit about my people. You fucking can't. You fucking tether. Gonna sit here and tell me some bullshit. How the fuck am I an immigrant if I'm born in this country? The creation of black Americans started in this country. You're gonna sit here and tell my black ass when 90% of white people don't have the fucking lineage that black Americans do. Hell, according to history, we've been over the New World several thousand years before fucking white people have been. Why do you have pyramids in South fucking America? Why do you have them big ass gigantic statues of people with broad noses and thick lips over there? When you look at the original Native Americans, they look mighty black to me. How the fuck is it that first and foremost, the first person to kill and die for this country was a black one, a black man? But if you let white people tell the story and a bunch of ignorant wannabe Negroes who are not Negroes tell you that we were all enslaved, black Americans got no culture. You probably one of them dumb. Oh. Y'all catching me in a moment right now. Those idiots who think black people in America have no culture. Y'all catching me in a moment, so y'all should donate. I don't like it when people talk about my people. I can say shit about my people. Don't you say shit about my people. Goddamn, ain't worth shit. Think you an intellectual, but you think Kamala Harris is fuck just because she got a bunch of degrees. The bitch is incompetent. The bitch is a fucking drunk. And you're gonna praise her like she's the second coming of fucking Jesus Christ or something. If she was so great, let me put it to you this way, right? If you would have gave Barack Obama the same amount of time and he had the same charisma he had in 08, 07, 08, that motherfucker probably would have still won the presidency. Because he was just that damn good. But see, this is what I warn black Americans about. Not every African or every Caribbean is a tether, but these tether motherfuckers are not to be trusted. See, it's one thing when you got people like Neymar, when you got people like Mr. Z and others who's proven their mettle. There's one thing when they proven their mettle and other people. See, I will never blame a person to how they were born and where they were born and what lineage they're born from, but I will definitely blame you for how you respond, especially to the black Americans who fought to bring your ass here. Can I get my woos in the chat? Do you agree or disagree to what the fuck I just said? I will never blame another black person from what lineage they're born from, but I will look at you sideways and call you the fuck out openly on how you act and how you treat black Americans when we are the only set of fucking people who fucking fought for you to come to this fucking country in the first fucking place, you ungrateful sons of bitches. You will not look down upon us. You will not treat us like we're unfamiliars, like we're some unsavory bastards. Especially when some of you countries like Benin, who hold the receipts on selling our people, fuck you. You don't come over here talking about some goddamn Kamala Harris. Why the fuck should I support another motherfucker who was not fucking ADOS? We have not gotten to this day an ADOS vice president or president in office. How the fuck? Who the fuck are you? When did your people shed blood for this fucking country? But if I tell this motherfucker to meet me on my channel, you can't even come here. You fucking cowards. You the same motherfuckers who will challenge and try to destroy Black American progress when you're fucking the living embodiment of fucking welfareism to you. If black people didn't fight for you, where the fuck would you be? This is what I tell people all the time. Where's the African that talks about Pan-Africanism? The only time you want to make Pan-Africanism a main thing is when you're trying to get a buck off of black people. You want to talk about culture? Let's talk about culture. How many of your fucking places of origin have running water or roaming fucking blackouts? What the fuck did your people create? 85% of the inventions we use in the world today were made by mine. Oh, wait a minute. You wouldn't have GPS without a black woman, would you? Black American woman. You wouldn't have blood plasma without a black American man named Charles Drew. Hell, space exploration, you needed 3 fucking black women for that. You wouldn't even have food in your fucking country of origin if it wasn't for the refrigeration techniques that was discovered by a black man. This whole world eats off of us. They all eat off of our fucking asses. But you got these tether motherfuckers, which is a perfect name for you because you like to tether like a lingering piece of shit in the toilet to try to absorb that little black scholarship when you don't even consider yourself black. You wouldn't even have the fucking music you have today, the style you have today, the technology you have today if it wasn't for black people. White people know this. Asian people know this. Y'all wanted black pill Charles? Well, god damn it, you got him. You don't want to go toe to toe with me in history. You want to talk about some goddamn Kamala Harris. Oh, you going by emotion. How the fuck am I going by emotion when you can look the shit up? You tether motherfucker. I'm tired of black people looking at a black face without any investigation and willingly vote for them. The only motherfucker that even fucking benefited from Obama were gays and illegals. And once again, another tether motherfucker who benefited gays and illegals. So what the fuck did they tell you, black people? musically. Hell, Beethoven was black. Every time you hear a description of Beethoven, they call him a Moor. And what's a Moor, people? But we can't be, y'all think, but all my detractors think, oh, you talking about black women. See, let me tell you the secret about Charles Faulkner. Charles Faulkner Jr. is one of them motherfuckers who you can't even capture the essence because he's flying over your head like a goddamn superhero that he is. You can't capture the essence. Maybe because there's a difference in altitude when it comes to his fucking intellectual prowess. See, the problem is this motherfucker on YouTube keep trying to challenge me about Kamala Harris versus fucking Condoleezza Rice. Condoleezza Rice had the respect of the fucking free world and even the fucking world that did not like America. Condoleezza Rice probably broke more fucking barriers as a black woman in power as the Secretary of State than any motherfucking that you ever seen. No motherfucker at Secretary of State was probably more respected than fucking who was the one dude with the glasses? Goddamn. The one who China liked. Let me find it if I can find this shit. Thank you. Kissinger, Harry Kissinger. Thank you. Henry Kissinger. The last time you saw a Secretary of State respected like that, or a diplomat, because the Secretary of State is basically a diplomat, by the way. Because who runs diplomacy? It's the Secretary of State. They pick all the diplomats. They're in charge of that. Why do you think we shit upon Hillary Clinton when Benghazi happened? Who was in charge of Benghazi? When Benghazi happened, who was the Secretary of State during Benghazi? See, you notice how we educate each other right now? How many of y'all knew that the Secretary of State was in charge of diplomacy and diplomats? How many people in the military, because those were a lot of military veterans and military people, and the Marines, along with private contractors who were former military personnel, were left to die and fight on their own, and you didn't send any fucking support? Did y'all know that the Secretary of State deals with fucking diplomacy? Exactly. They should not be mentioned in the same fucking service. See, Condi Rice was raised by a proper dad. This is the reason why she was respected and respectful towards men. And they also respected her authority of her office. When did you ever see Condoleezza Rice have a fucking Meg Thee Stallion? If Larry Hogan, the former governor of Maryland, and Condoleezza Rice ran right now, I don't give a fuck who was president, who the fuck was vice president, vice versa. I would have voted for them motherfuckers. Why? Because their body of work shows success. When he was the governor of Maryland, we had a fucking $5.5 billion surplus. Now you got this fucking idiot Wes Moore, and we're at a 7.2 deficit. And this dummy on Facebook said, well, you Republican people, I said, you must be an idiot because assumptions make an ass out of you, because I never gave you my political affiliation. See, this is the one thing about Charles Faulkner. I may not have finished my degree, but I'm far from a fucking idiot. There are many tests I've taken as a young child and even in the military service that said, how many degrees do you have? I didn't finish college. This says you have at least 2 to 3 graduate level or higher degrees. I am. The only reason I don't comprehend something is not because I'm incapable of doing so. It's because I probably don't want to pay attention to the bullshit in the first place. And we really need to reconsider what we think in the black community is intellectual prowess. I really think he is a tether. They're trying to make him Obama 2.0, and he's looking like Obama 0 calorie. The problem with it is that not enough black people with some goddamn intelligence and sense are willing to stand up against this fucking tyranny against your fucking intelligence. Either you got it in you or you don't. There is no way that you're going to make it through the military at any time without having some discipline. There's too many people who go over hopes and wishes rather than do you have the talent for it or not. Especially since we have a number of single mother raised without any type of masculine figure in their life. Males. I'm giving everybody the work of God. I don't give a shit. You gonna tell me you can join the military without discipline? Well, they'll build discipline in you. No, you got to have a tidbit of it in you. The reason why you don't see a large contingency of black males going into the military because they didn't have the shit in them in the beginning. Jasmine Crockett had to concede today. She couldn't even make it out the primaries like Kamala Harris. If Kamala Harris was such a good candidate, why the fuck did she beat Biden? Why the fuck did Tulsi Gabbard rip her a new asshole? Don't challenge me, kid. Don't challenge me, kid. I'm gonna tell dude if he responds to my shit one more time, I'm gonna literally challenge him. I'm gonna come up here later tonight and I'm gonna open up a stream where I'm taking on all comers. And you sit here and tell me that this bitch who couldn't even make it out the fucking primary is good. This is no different than fucking what? Hillary Clinton when she tried to go against Barack and she got slaughtered. The entire fuck out of here, dude. See, Black America really like a lot of losers. And I can't even say that about Black America because this tether motherfucker is really getting on my fucking nerves. You cannot be so blind by just color and you don't even see policy. Well, one of my friends on Facebook said Cardi B endorsed Kamala Harris. She lost. Cardi B dated Stephon Diggs. He lost the Super Bowl. Cardi B endorsed Jasmine Crockett. She lost the Senate race. Stop being involved with losers. If you learn anything today before I sign out, black people, stop involving yourself with losers because, like a winner, that shit is contagious. Like a winner, that shit is contagious. You know how I got better in the sport of wrestling? I hung around the winners. Winners think about winning, losers think about the winner. Don't give me no shit about you being a black woman and the world against you. If you can compete, you can compete. Notice nobody talks about Condi Rice when it comes to being a black female president, only because she got a goddamn R behind her name. You gonna tell me she didn't have the world at her heels? That was one of the few people who could go over there to fucking Putin. See, black people, I'm gonna warn you of this shit. Stop listening to loser motherfuckers for advice. You want to go to the military? Go talk to Sandog or myself. Or, you know, Destro or other successful people in the military. Don't go to some bum on the corner who couldn't make it because he couldn't even pass the ASVAB test and he's got nothing but sour grapes taste in his fucking mouth. Don't do that. Stop listening to failures and listen to success stories. Don't listen to these goddamn tethers who were not putting their ass on the line to serve. It's one thing to come out as an immigrant and you say, guess what? I love America. I want to be with America so much. I'll put my ass on the line to be an American. I got none but praise and respect for those people. And I've served with them very honorably, and they've served honorably as well. But notice all these other motherfuckers who talk about black Americans don't have culture. The only thing they serve is their greedy ass interests. If these motherfuckers were so great, why can't you make your fucking country of origin great? Just to let you know, all respect to Dr. T, Dr. Thunder, Dr. Neil, Dr. Dunbar. I am very articulate. So much so that sometimes it can be damn near Shakespearean, but I am not those great men. I am on some down-hole nigga shit. And I am the vengeance of the black manosphere. I can say and do things that the intelligentsia needs not to be doing. I am the black ops guy of the black manosphere. I do the dirty work so they don't have to. I wonder if y'all noticed that. Have you noticed that when certain trolls and certain iron bangs come around, guess who's the motherfucker that settles the hash? It's not the intelligentsia, it's me. And I'm not taking away from those intelligent, great brothers who serve our space, but everybody plays a role. Their role is to get it out to the masses. My role is to protect them from people stumbling their mission. When people came after BGS and his family, I came after them. When they tried to come after the other parts of the intelligentsia, I came after them. I know my role. I know that I'm not going to get when YouTube fucking bombarded me and slowed my fucking I'm supposed to be at 10 to 20,000 people right now. I got over almost 6,000 plus people as subscribers. How the fuck is that happening? Right here. But I know my role, and I am I am so grateful at it. I am enthralled, okay? If my role is to keep the heat off the intelligentsia so we can get more rights and privileges as men, as fathers, as respected pillars of the community, so fucking be it. This is my journey and my burden. Pray to God and be thankful that it's not yours because I enjoy it. I don't mind it. Come at me. The more you come at me, the less you're coming at the intelligentsia. Because when you do come at me, you ain't got shit for me anyway. And that's been proven time and time and time and time and time again. I don't even got to tell the trolls where they live. I'll tell the trolls where I live. I'll tell the trolls where you can fucking meet me. I remember my ex-girlfriend's child's father when I tried to call him because there was a situation with his daughter. I said, Father, you need to talk to your daughter. He cussed me out. And I said, okay, motherfucker, you better not show up to this doorstep. Matter of fact, when I'm off, I had to work that day. And I said, dude, meet me at this place. Nobody will know we're there. And I'm going to beat your ass bloody with my bare hands. And I'm going to break every limb in your body with either a knee bar, arm bar, wrist lock, whatever the fuck comes to mind. And I'm usually the nice guy. 99% of the time, I'm cordial. I love life. I want to be friendly with people. But when you push me to that point, fuck you. I know my role in it. There was no way you coming for Kevin unless you came through me. And you weren't coming through me. FD signifier, go to a fucking gym. Get rid of the man boobs before you can talk about anything with fucking masculinity. Because guess what? You were only talking about the little soy boys. You had to get married because you were not going to be a competitive male on the dating, mating market or that long. So, would it be? I've said it. Yep. Westmore is a fucking tether. And a lying son of a bitch, too, because he tried to say he's from Baltimore and he's not. A lot of people say this shit.
All right, as you see.
A lot of people say shit. Now you want to talk about war powers in Iran, but guess what? A lot of you motherfuckers really don't have a thing about it. See, this is the reason why we're losing. You don't look like the type of men young men want to grow up to be. You don't even know how to speak in a barbershop in a fucking urban environment because you're socially fucking awkward. You look like one of them Smash Brother bros that go to conventions and wonder why girls are fucking offended by their existence. What the fuck could you tell me? Well, we got to talk about this thing about masculinity. Nigga, I'm a war vet. What the fuck can you tell me about masculinity? My son boxes and wrestles. He goes jogging. He wouldn't even listen to your fat ass. What? It's one thing to talk about intellectual prowess that I could easily speak to you about, even when you use your fucking feminist rhetoric. What the fuck can you talk to me about masculinity and being viable? Bitch, get on a bench. Get on a squat. Well, I could do this MMA shit Nigga, I'm gonna knock you senseless. Keep believing that jujitsu class is gonna save your ass. Jiu-jitsu was just a piece of the puzzle. It's not the whole fucking picture. What did I tell you about the weakness of Brazilian jiu-jitsu? They have horrible takedowns and throws. And that's only the ones who are good at it study judo or wrestling. I'll even tell you, hell, on an MMA note, people talk about Khabib like he's the greatest of the fucking planet at lightweight. He's not in my eyes. BJ Penn, when he was lightweight champion, was better than him. He fought a much more dangerous cast of characters with different various skills. Khabib never fought a guy like Sean Shirk with his wrestling ability and his strength. Khabib never fought against a guy who just kept coming like Joe Daddy Stevenson. Khabib never fought a guy who's insane like fucking Diego Sanchez. He's never fought the guy of I forgot who the fuck he choked out. Florian, who had submission and stand-up skills. Khabib basically fought the same guy over and over and over in different bodies. What big wrestler did he ever take on? He was fortunate because, let me put it to you this way, all those fucking Dagestani guys, notice not one of them motherfuckers would have stood up against GSP. Yup, Kenny Florian. You telling me who the fuck did Khabib really fight? If you're telling me his biggest challenge was fucking Conor McGregor, I'm gonna slap you. Conor McGregor was shit as a champ. He never defended his belts. And the greatest challenge he's supposed to take, he never fought. Which was Ferguson. That's how I look at some of these motherfuckers. Oh, Jens Palmer, one of the best boxers in MMA history. Their first fight was legendary. What's up, Afro? This is the same way I look at some of these motherfuckers here. Who the fuck are you challenging? None of you motherfuckers came out when fucking Kevin was alive. This is how I know FD Signifier and people like him should not be taken seriously. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson is not a hard man to find. Dr. Ronald Neal is not a hard man to find. Dr. Anwar Dunbar is not a hard man to find. Green Gorilla, not a hard man to find when he wasn't a hard man to find. This whole entire time, hell, you could have went to BGS. This is how, can I go black pill? Before I get off this fucking place, can I go black pill? Please donate, subscribe if you can, or at least get a like. Can I go black pill, fellas? Can I go black pill? You're going to compare that motherfucker to any of the wrestlers that BJ Penn went against fucking big ass GSP. Big ass fucking, who did I mention? Sean Shirk. So you're going to tell me that Khabib can handle those motherfuckers? No. Back to what I said. Let me go. Exactly. He wouldn't. If trust me, he would have got submitted by BJ Penn. I'm gonna explain this about the phoniness of FD Signifier. Okay, I need y'all permission. Can I go black pill about that? I'm gonna go black pill, just with your permission. I'm gonna go black pill about this shit. I'm gonna go riggedy split black pill about this shit, my niggas. Okay? This is how you know this is a phony motherfucker. Okay? You went against Mr. Z. Okay? When you first stuck your fat ass, dirty dread ass over here, you went for Mr. Z because you thought he was the weakest of the fucking link. So that means, motherfucker, you were watching. Mr. Z did not have the level of people he has now watching him. You went for him. You could have went for me. You could have went for BGS. You could have went for AB. You could have went for Artisan MC. You could have went for Art News Style. You could have went for any of these motherfuckers. Any of these motherfuckers. All-Star God said, last time I checked, most black men are approachable, especially the intelligent ones. So FD is truly a coward for clout. You goddamn right he is. And I'm gonna call him out for this shit. When you were in Mr. Z's chat or BGS's chat, and I call, so why don't you talk about the plight of black boys and the lack of education they get from being raised in single mother homes? That motherfucker avoided me like the plague. I said, no. Get your ass up here. Why the fuck is it that every time you want to talk about masculinity, who's raising these men? We don't want to talk about the women who have, what did I say earlier? Any man will do for a father. And I'm supposed to forgive you for that shit? Bullshit. But you went for Mr. Z because he was the newest guy on the block. And you found out there are no weak links in this chain. You found that out critically. And I dared you to come to my channel. I dared you. Send those little sissies that you were on that channel over here. And just to let you know, sissy doesn't mean gay. It means weak ass bitch. Because I know plenty of gay men who have more gumption and fight than them little sissies. I've served with them in the military and police department. Will beat your ass and then ask how their makeup look. Them little sissies, you couldn't trust them to be fathers. You couldn't trust them to be defenders of a country or a city or a state. They too worried about playing in their fucking hair than talking about manhood. But guess what? Love it. You keep talking to them little fuckers. And those men, when they become disenfranchised, will come all the way back over here to get some manly giddy up in their system again. This is why you are a fake and a phony. You didn't go for BGS. You didn't go for none of the intelligence. You try to go for the weak, which you perceive as the weakest link in the chain, and there is no weakness. You got eviscerated by a Florida Miami boy who did us proud. You're a weak ass little bitch for that. Because if you really thought you were the champion, if you really thought you were a champion, and this is what I tell people about being a champion, you don't go for the weakness. You don't go for the people you can beat. When I was competing in wrestling here and over abroad, I wanted to test my mettle against the best. I didn't want the guys I could beat easily. It's not my fault that you are not a competitor. It's not my fault that you thought you could make some names. But what happened? You got your ass booted by Mr. Z. You actually made Mr. Z more popular by defeating your illogical ass. This is the reason why you carry no clout in this space. You are foolish. You have been vanquished. And there's no slide on Mr. Z, but the intelligent brother vanquished you thoroughly. And you should always remember that about that L and that cross you need to bear, that burden you need to bear, and that cross you need to carry, and this L that needs to be tattooed on your forehead. That's the reason why you're not as big as a threat as you think you are to the black manosphere. All these motherfuckers said this manosphere shit's gonna die. The motherfucker keep rising up like the Undertaker back in the 90s. Nope, not at all. Not at all. And then that's the one thing about it. Mr. Z is progressive. And you got hit with the progressive brother of the sector. You didn't go against a black pill fucking motherfucker like me who don't give a fuck. And I would tell you, if you think that if you think patriarchy's bad, then for the last 50 something years, we let black women run wild like Hulkamania. Are we producing overachievers? Why is only 8% of the boys reading on level? Why don't they give the children to their fathers? You know why? Easy. Because once you solve the problem, guess who's left to blame? Have you noticed when I ask one question to dumb motherfuckers, they run out of here like the goddamn Flash? I'm trying to figure out if these motherfuckers are Barry Allen or Wally West. I'm just wondering. Have you noticed that? Every time I ask a certain question to a certain demographic of people, why can't they answer it? They run. If you're supposed to be the pillar of progressive masculinity, if happiness is bliss, then wipe that motherfucking smile off my face. Take that L. Go over to your side. Stop trying to pull up the oldest videos of Kevin Samuels when you'll never be him. You won't pull up his shit when he's giving logic. You know why? Because that's some sissy ass shit. You don't want to take a motherfucker when they're at their pinnacle, at their zenith, at their apex. But then again, what should I expect to a man who never seen an apex, a pinnacle, or a zenith? Like, share, subscribe. If this is your first time here, click the notifications to see when I come on live. I gave y'all five almost and a half hours of straight talking, even while still getting rid of this residual cough. Hopefully you've been entertained and educated. Woo! Till next time. Peace.
Woo!